I request all the members to be seated so that we can start the program in a couple of minutes. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen here. Thankfully, today we have a bright, pleasant weather today in Bangalore as of now. We welcome you, all of you, to the third International Conference on Public Infrastructure and its Applications, PKIA 2022. For the inaugural ceremony, we have the members both online and offline. We are privileged today to have Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IAS, Additional Secretary, MeitY Government of India on the online mode. Shri Arvind Kumar, CCA, Controller of Certifying Authorities on the dais with us. Professor R.K. Shamsundar, the General Chair of this PKI 2022 conference with us, and Dr. Prashant Mishra, General Co-Chair from the PKI 2022 conference with us, and Shri B.S. Mindumadava, Senior Director, C-DAC Bangalore. It is a customary tradition to invoke the blessings of Almighty before a big event like this. So I call upon Ms. Anita Mahajan and Ms. Snehal for the invocation song.
पंडिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानवत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यगलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्म सदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्र बलित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anita and Ms. Snehal, for the wonderful rendition. In this part of the world, the light emanating from the lamp is a symbolic gesture of removal of darkness through illumination of knowledge. So I request members on the dais to light the lamp. The Honorable. Yes.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः सुखं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु
tools of Indian National Science Academy and a senior member of IEEE and also the member of New York Academy of Sciences. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Welcome to the third International Conference on PKIA 2022. So it's a pleasure to have Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics, who will be giving the advice and the structure in which the PKI is developing. I guess last year also I was there in the conference and he addressed and gave a good introspection of what is happening and what one is expecting, kind of a thing. And I'm also, it's a pleasure to have Mr. Arvind Kumar, whom I knew earlier. He's now become the CCA chair and then pushing the activities of the CCA. And as you know, public infrastructures plays a very vital role. And also, I think the good thing to see is that India has moved very nicely and one of the leaders, perhaps in the Asia, in building up the PKI infrastructure. And now this has also evolved from the classic certification and also now moving to the identity, so on and so forth. In this context, a push has to come because this is where even the hardware security, I think the good thing in the PKI, this conference is there are also people who are centers of excellence in security from NYU giving a flavor for the hardware security. And now India is also moving in the hardware direction. And also it would be good if we can put some kind of infrastructure from which we can build up our own hardware in a nice way or the other. And so I think this is a good gathering from industry, academia, and the government institutions, because all the public infrastructures and the regulations come from the government. And with that structure, if all of them are put in place, the process would enable us to build a very secure, robust design, whether hardware or software. And with that, I guess in the next 2 years, next 2 days, we will have a good view of what should be done and what are the things that should be promoted. We welcome all the distinguished persons on the dais, off the dais. Now, because it's in a hybrid mode,
Thank you very much, sir. We'll surely have very exciting sessions in the next 2 days, and under your supervision, hopefully we are going to achieve the goal of an objective of this particular conference. I now request Dr. Prashant Mishra, General Co-Chair, to address the gathering. Before that, I just would like to say a few words about Dr. Prashant Mishra. Dr. Prashant Mishra is a senior scientist with the TCS research. He has 15 plus years of experience, of which around 14 years are in scientific and industrial research. Prashant's work is centered around building intelligent systems, which can extend human and machine capabilities with newer and better ways of interacting with the physical world. His experience spans across various aspects of mobile, sensing, and computing in cyber-physical systems. His current research interest in operations research and decision science for applications in electric mobility management and smart. He is chair of IEEE Computer Society Bangalore Chapter, vice chair industry engagement of IEEE Bangalore section, member of the executive committee of ComsNets Association. He is the chair of the technical subcommittee for IoT Future Skills, which is a joint initiative between MeitY and NASCOM. He serves on the editorial board of IEEE Communications magazine as series LCB, Ad hoc Networks Journal as area editor, and IEEE Intelligent Transportation Systems Associated, the founding chair of the ACM chapter, which is the India chapter of ACM. Mobile, his wallet excellence. Dr. Buddha, can I request you to please say a few words? Prior to joining C-DAC, he had earlier served as Assistant Manager, Systems Engineering, Tata Company. He's the chair of IEEE Bangalore Chapter. Earlier, he had served as a chairman of Computer Society of India, Bangalore Chapter, and is also a member of ACM. He has more than 30 plus publications in international and national conferences. He is also a board member of NICSI. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, all. It's a privilege to be a part of this particular conference. First of all, I would like to welcome on behalf of C-DAC, I would like to welcome the chief guest of the day, AS Rajendra Kumar, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, AS. And I would like to welcome CCA, Shri Arvind Kumarji. And I would like to welcome Professor Shyam Sundar. And I would like to welcome Banati. And I would also like to welcome Dr. Prashant. Of course, there is a very important person sitting off the dais. So I would like to welcome Dr. K.D. Nayak, who happens to be the well-wisher of C-DAC. Also, he is the former CCR&D. So, sir, I would like to welcome for this particular conference. I think when I touch this. So, since I wear two hats, I thought that I will also I'm the immediate past chair of IEEE Bangalore section, and IEEE Computer Society happens to be one of the society, and the IAS society is another society. So I'm happy that both the societies of the Bangalore section has come together and brought out this particular conference. It is very rare two societies joining and doing a conference of this particular nature. So being the immediate past chair, I'm happy to see this happening during this particular time. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Prashant Mishra, who is the IEEE Computer Society chair. IEEE Computer Society happens to be the largest society under the IEEE banner throughout the globe, and of course in India also. So this is the third edition of this particular conference which we are doing. Of course, under the aegis of CCA. All the three editions are being done under the aegis of CCA, which is supported fully this particular conference. So you would have seen this particular area being very niche. So the number of papers which have come also is which is very important. So there are around 80 papers which came, and that's the statistics. The acceptance ratio also happens to be good. So that is why it is the IEEE's one of the best accepted acceptance ratio conferences. It will get listed. That is what I just wanted to mention. Now, Dr. Sudarshan, who happens to be the executive director of C-DAC Bangalore, is not able to be here today because of some untoward incidents which has taken place. So on his behalf, I would like to welcome all the delegates for this particular conference, and I thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
May I now request Dr. Huda Al-Fuzemi, who has joined now, to kindly address the gathering, madam. You're able to hear us?
Yes, I'm able to hear all of you. Thank you so much for hosting me today. I'd like to first start by saying an extreme thank you to the organization committee, to the IEEE Society, and also to everybody here who invited me. I worked so hard to organize such a great symposium today. My apologies. I tried so hard to be with you on site today, but I had visa issues, so I couldn't make it on time. Other than this, I wish all of you great continuation of the conference and an amazing share of results, especially for the status of security and cryptography today. Your esteemed conference is very important and very critical for the status of development of either hardware or software security. Thank you so much for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Da. Hope to host you in the next version of the conference. Now I request the CCA, Controller of Certifying Authorities, Shri Arvind Kumarji, to address the gathering. Before that, I would just like to read out the profile, introduce sir. Mr. Arvind Kumar, the Controller of Certifying Authorities, CCA, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. He is earlier the Head Research, Innovation, Technology Management and Electronics, Cybersecurity in PPP mode with industry and startups, academy and government. And he was the Director General STQC. And he also was there with the Indian Institute of Science. He has mentored to startups in the area of ICT, cybersecurity, freelance, and he was a group coordinator R&D, electronics and cybersecurity in the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. He has studied from Indian Institute of Science, IISc, Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical and Electronics and Communication Engineering during 1982 to 85 batch from the IIT Delhi, MTech in Management Systems. I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. So good morning and a very warm welcome to this third international conference on PKI and applications. First of all, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir, Additional Secretary, MeitY, Professor Shyam Sundar sir, who is the chair of the conference, Sir Prashant Mishra, General Co-Chair, IEEE, Professor Uta, who has joined from VC, Dr. PK Saxena, I hope he has joined or he may be joining, who was earlier Director SAG DRDO, and he is also the fellow in Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister. I also welcome Shri Bindu Madhavanji, all the delegates who have joined physically here, the participants who have joined online, participants from industry, academia, government, startups, researchers. We welcome you all in this program. As you know, Digital India program is one of the flagship program of the Government of India, which is steered by Ministry of Electronics and IT. It has a vision to transform India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy, which is the vision of Honorable Prime Minister. In the past, we have seen there has been tremendous growth in the digitization, resulting into the transformation and empowerment of the citizen through this program. And we have seen with the rapid growth and adoption of digital technologies in all sectors of economy, it is becoming very difficult to imagine any sector which can be left out of it. During the last 2 years of pandemic, we have seen our heavy dependence on digital technologies, which has increased manifold. All of us understands and experience that while technologies bring abundant advantages of ease of doing things and managing various functions, it also brings number of vulnerabilities and threats associated with it. with increasing cyber threats, PKI is the system which provides the most robust platform for reliable and secure authentication and trust as a whole. Electronic signatures are widely used to ensure integrity of the documents. As online transactions are used more widely now, electronic signatures also help in securing and safeguarding the integrity of the data. IT Act 2000, it provides for Controller of Certifying Authority, which is part of the Ministry of Electronics IT, to license and regulate the working of certifying authorities. The certifying authorities, they issue digital certificates for electronic authentication to various subscribers and users. And as Controller of Certifying Authorities, we have built a robust Root Certifying Authority of India as per the regulation and standards in the IT Act. Today, India has an excellent PKI infrastructure, which is based on electronic test ecosystem. And we know IT Act provides for legal sanctity of the digital signature based on asymmetric crypto systems. Digital signatures are now being accepted at par with the handwritten signatures, and electronic document which are digitally signed have become at par with the paper documents. So now the time has come for leveraging more and more this ecosystem of PKI and develop and deliver more secure and reliable applications using PKI into all spectrum of services which we engage with. The time is also very apt for building of the indigenous solutions for the local use cases based on the PKI system. CCA under MeitY is regulating PKI in the country for the last 2 decades, and which has led to the rapid adoption of digital signatures, and numerous applications are being using as of date, thereby increasing the transparency, security, and speeding up the online transactions. Primarily, it is happening in government. If you look at the Digital India program, which is supported by digital signatures, enabling citizens to use the digital signatures, which not only includes the e-filing, paperless trade, electronic signatures for application submissions, registration of companies, certificates, signing of contracts, patents, trademarking, etc. They're all being done through use of digital signature, whereas the government and corporates have also come ahead, and they are now in the process of using digital signature for office automation, fund transfer like PFMS, paperless stage with DGFT, insurance documentation, issuance of judgments, legal notice, e-procurement, tendering, medical inscription, and all. So digital certificates are now playing a vital role in ease of doing business and paperless mode of transactions. MCA 21 is one of the examples wherein the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has made it mandatory for the companies to use digital signatures in filing not only the annual returns, but also the statutory returns also. And there is a tremendous improvement in their system, which has resulted into the transparency as well as the speedy decision making in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The second big example is banking sector. If you look at the various applications of RTGS, NEFT, NDS, CTS, they are all PKI enabled, which have really facilitated the security of data traveling through the networks and making it more trusted. So in brief, we can see that electronic signature in the countries, their finding is very significant, and therefore the trust is to be maintained in this PKI infrastructure. Therefore, technologies and algorithm to be used for digital signature should withstand the contemporary threats today available in this domain. This Controller of Certifying Authorities, we are not only doing the regulation part, but we are also part of developing the Indian ecosystem of PKI, wherein we are working, the C-DAC is working with CCA in creating the awareness programs across country using various domains and various technologies. India has been the leading nation in this space. We are also promoting the research and development in this area. This particular international conference, PKIA 2022, is one such example. This provides a platform not only for participation, interaction, and collaboration of the various academicians, researchers, government experts, professionals, designers, and policy makers to come together and leverage the technologies to address the problems coming up in this area. They also look forward to the future trends and future technologies which are required in strengthening this system. This PKI is the third one in the series, and that really shows a continued commitment from the government side in developing this ecosystem. This particular conference, as brought out earlier, also being organized jointly with IEEE, Computer Society and Industry Application Society, Bangalore Chapter. And coming all these things together provides a wonderful platform for not only looking at the current technologies, the current systems available, but also developing the future technologies for strengthening the system, looking at the challenges and the problems which are today and which may be arising tomorrow. They can be addressed through this kind of platforms. PKI system is almost becoming synonymous with the trust in electronic transactions. And the base behind it is basically the development in cryptography, protocol standards, policies, laws, hardware, and softwares in this particular domain. So this particular platform, I would urge that all of you please continue to work hard and keep continuing development in these areas to keep it to the latest areas of technologies. This conference is connecting with the innovative research ideas, developments, and the current challenges in the area of PKI, digital certificate, digital signatures, authentications, and other things. Therefore, I look forward to a very, very productive and constructive discussion, and through the presentation of paper which have been selected through a very robust process, which are going to be part of the IEEE publications. Please bring out the issues and challenges which you would like to address under the India PKI program, which CCA will be leading. At the same time, try to develop various technologies and solutions with a very collaborative way. We would like, ministry would like a very collaborative efforts from industries, academia, and the government all put together in taking the subject forward. I wish this conference a big success and look forward to the outcomes which can also be a kind of guidance to the Controller of Certifying Authorities to take the subject forward. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. We are sure that with the combination of papers that we have got from academia, research institutions, and the industry, we hope that discussions are going to happen related to the recent advances as well as the challenges related to public key infrastructure. Now we have our chief guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IAS, who is the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. He is an international economic development professional, public policy, ICT for development, and digital government specialist with over 29 years of experience in the Indian administrative services. He has held several senior positions in public policy and administration at both state and federal levels. His areas of interest include economic development policy and planning, information and communication technologies and development, digital governance, climate change and development, and urban and regional planning and development. Now, I request our chief guest to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, and very good morning to everyone there. All the distinguished invitees on the dais, my colleagues on the dais, all the distinguished participants who have joined from the virtual mode, all the participants in the conference. Very good morning to everyone. I really wished till yesterday that I could be there, but then it was not really feasible for me to travel because of the prevailing situation there. But my best wishes for holding this important conference, even in the midst of all the difficulties that are there in the city right now. As you have heard from the earlier speakers, PKI itself is a very important domain where India has taken lead long time ago in late 90s and early 2000s, where we established a very robust PKI infrastructure as per our legal framework in the IT Act. And this has proved to be very resilient over the last 2 decades. And it has also served the needs of the industry, needs of the government, needs of citizens to really create trust, confidence, and to ensure security and integrity in the electronic transactions. It has also evolved the entire concept of PKI, entire concept of security, trust, integrity, confidentiality. They've all evolved along with the changes that we have witnessed in the overall IT world, in the government services, in e-governance, and in other domains. India has made very rapid strides in the IT sector. We are definitely amongst the world's superpowers insofar as IT domain is concerned. Under the Digital India program over the last 8 years now, we have made very rapid advancements, which have been also recognized globally in terms of the impact that they have created on our systems, impact in terms of bringing positive benefits to the people, to the industry, etc. The platforms that we have built, the global scale public digital platforms, I think we should feel proud of what we have achieved, because the rest of the world is now looking at India very intently as to how we have achieved so much of success in building such population scale platforms, which have such a wide positive impact on the entire service delivery framework or entire interface with the citizens in such a short time. What we have built in the form of, for example, the digital ID platform, the Aadhaar platform, the unified payments interface, the digital payment platform, the government e-marketplace, the GST network, all these platforms and several others, they are now world-class models for everyone else to really understand as to how we have been able to achieve so much in a short period of time. Now, for the next vision of Digital India, we must think innovatively. So let me spend a few minutes on what really we envision for the Digital India program in the coming years, and how we should be really making our efforts to achieve that vision. So as you all would be aware, there are several key areas where the program currently focuses, which we need to really, reinvent in some sense to make this decade as India's decade, as is the vision of the government. For the next 5 to 8 years, when we talk about India's decade in this in the technology world, we must focus on a few key areas, which I would like to just mention briefly here. The first key element of this is to create a really world-class digital infrastructure touching every citizen in the country, and also reaching out to all parts of the country, including all the villages and every nook and corner. This is one area where we have made very significant achievements in the past, in the last decade or so, but we still have quite a way to go before we can say that every citizen in India has access to quality digital infrastructure. That can happen only when we expand the network availability across the entire country. We expand the fiber access to all the villages, not just to the village panchayat, but also to all the villages. That's also the vision of the government now, to really reach the fiber connectivity to all the 600,000 villages. So that's one area where we feel that we must make more efforts to ensure that every citizen in the country, including those in the villages, they have access to quality connectivity and quality digital infra. The upcoming 5G availability will definitely help in this regard. which we all are really eagerly anticipating. The next component of this entire vision of India's decade is to focus on building more world-class public digital platforms as a part of our digital government strategy. Already large-scale efforts are going on in domains like health, in education, in agriculture, where we already have built very large-scale public digital platforms to ensure that these domains can really transform with the infusion of IT, and all the stakeholders, including citizens, the industry, all of us can benefit from this large-scale infusion of IT, which will result in digital transformation of these domains. The third key component of this vision for India's decade is to focus on one strategic area where we have not been really able to make much headway in the past. And this is the domain of electronics manufacturing. This is a strategic area where we all must put focus. We must ensure that all our efforts, they result in significant impact and make India a global hub for electronics, semiconductor manufacturing. Already we have made strides in mobile devices manufacturing, but still we need to develop full spectrum capabilities in the domain of electronics and semiconductor manufacturing. Another major component of this India's decade vision is to focus on bringing modern digital laws. So as you might all be aware, Ministry is focusing on really revamping its legal framework, bringing comprehensive amendments to our IT legal framework. Also, the focus is to bring a new comprehensive personal data protection law, data governance framework, which would actually help in ensuring that our entire data governance ecosystem that is modernized, and we make use of curated data sets to really develop advanced technologies. As we are all aware, data is a very vital component of digital economy today. And unless we focus on using our data meaningfully, we cannot really hope to grow our digital economy to the level of $1 trillion that we all aspire for in the next 4 to 5 years. So if we have to achieve the goal of $1 trillion digital economy by 2026, then we must focus on ensuring that our data is used meaningfully to really grow this entire ecosystem, to bring innovation, to help startups, to support them to really become world-class in innovating and producing new technologies and applications. The next component, which is extremely vital in this entire vision of India's decade, is to focus on emerging technologies. This is one area where India can rightfully claim global leadership if we can really put our efforts together in the next 5 to 8 years. And already, as we are all aware, India is making significant strides in domains like artificial intelligence, in blockchain, in advanced areas of cybersecurity, in IoT, and hopefully with the upcoming 5G ability. This entire domain of IoT and the high-speed communications will get the necessary support required for it to grow. So we must focus on these emerging domains where we feel that we have a huge potential to really become global leaders. And this will again be a key part of our vision as we think about the time frame of next 5 to 8 years and make this decade as India's decade. Another area where we currently can claim global leadership is in terms of making talent available for the requirements of the entire IT and digital domain, not only within India, but at a global scale. In fact, today, India is the only country which can claim to be the source of talent at a global scale. So this is one area where we need to really put our efforts together to ensure massive skilling efforts, re-skilling efforts, to ensure that we can produce talent who have very advanced IT skills, not only in the current technologies, but also in the future, in the futuristic and emerging technologies. So that's another area where we feel that we need to really put our thoughts together, put our efforts together to ensure that India can become the talent capital of the world. And that's one area where MeitY is making really very significant efforts by collaborating with the industry, with the academia, etc., to really ensure that we can do the skilling at the scale that is required to achieve global leadership in the next 5 to 8 years. In all these areas, we have launched very significant new initiatives, some of which I would like to mention here. For example, we are working on a national program on AI. We already have national strategies on blockchain, on additive manufacturing, etc., which are all aimed at ensuring that India can take global leadership in these domains in the years to come. So I would like to say here that future, insofar as the IT and digital domain is concerned, looks very exciting from India's point of view and from the point of view of all of us. And we in MeitY and also in the wider IT and digital domain, all the stakeholders, including academia, our students, our startups, our researchers, we all are very enthused to really achieve this vision of India's decade, that is technology decade, in the next 5 to 8 years, and ensure that we can address the challenges that we foresee will come in our endeavors. In the domain of PKI also, we need to focus on the emerging challenges. For example, we need to develop quantum safe PKI ecosystem. We also need to ensure that we can take advantage of the rapid advancements being made in the emerging technologies and make our PKI systems robust and scalable to meet the emerging requirements. And I'm sure with the programs and schemes that we have envisioned as part of the MeitY ecosystem, which is headed by the CCA, but we have a large number of CAs as part of this ecosystem. We have our academic institutions, our researchers, our industry in this entire endeavor. We all need to focus on the challenges that are going to come as we look towards scaling up and making our entire security system, our entire PKI system more robust and capable of addressing the futuristic challenges. So let me convey my best wishes to all the participants in this very important conference in Bangalore. I'm sure the deliberations during the conference will help to shed light on the way ahead that we all should be thinking about as we look towards addressing the futuristic challenges in the domain of PKI and in the larger ecosystem of Digital India, which we all feel very proud of regarding our achievement that we have done. And we all are very excited when we look at the future as to where we are heading. And with the support of MeitY's ecosystem, with the support of the government, all the central government departments, all the states and the industry, I'm sure that the vision of India's decade for the next 5 to 8 years, our digital economy vision of $1 trillion in the next 4 to 5 years, that we would definitely be able to achieve. So my best wish again on this occasion to all the participants and for a very successful conduct of this entire event over the next 2 days. So thank you very much for inviting me here. And again, I would have really loved to be present physically there, but unfortunately that's not possible. But I look forward to more interactions with the entire PKI ecosystem stakeholders in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for accepting our invite. And especially from your busy schedule, you have taken out precious time and delivering an enriching and enlightening inaugural address, summarizing the advancements of our nation in the digital world and the summarizing about the Digital India, under the Digital India, the schemes and the projects that the Government of India is taking. And we are sure that with these type of conferences and the collaborative effort of Government of India and research institutions, academic institutions, will surely, because we here also in the conference, we are seeing, I think 90% of the participants who are very young. So we will strive to bring as as envisaged that will bring India as a talent capital of the world. Thank you very much for your motivational address, sir. Now I request Dr. Balaji Rajendran, who is the Associate Director and also the Chief Investigator of this next generation PKIA and its applications project, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Misbah. So before I propose the vote of thanks, before I propose the vote of thanks, we would like to felicitate the members on the dais. I request Professor R.K. Shamsundar sir to present a memento to Sri Arvind, please. Play display. Thank you. I request again Shamsundar sir to present a memento to Sri Ashish Banati sir. Now I request Sri Arvind Kumar sir to present a memento to Dr. Prashant Misra. Now I request again Sri Arvind Kumar sir to present a memento to Sri Bindu Madhav sir. Now I request Mr. Bindu Madhav sir to present a memento to Professor R.K. Shamsundar sir. Thank you, sir. So now I propose the vote of thanks. It's a privilege for me to propose it. Yeah. Our chief guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar IAS, Additional Secretary. Thank you, sir, for taking a precious time out of this program. And actually, we feel very blessed because you have been, meaning actually this is the second time you are inaugurating the 3 editions of the international conference. You have provided us valuable insights, rich knowledge, and inspired us to move ahead in the vision of digital India. I thank Sri Arvind Kumar, CCA, for motivating and supporting us in his earlier illustrious careers. In the MeitY too, he has supported us in providing a lot of knowledge and other inputs. Thank you, sir, for your continued support. We sincerely thank Professor Shamsundar for being the general chair of the conference and for providing us the required support and motivation and sharing his rich knowledge in conducting this event. We thank Dr. Prashant Mishra, who has initiated the support for IEEE and has been our go-to person for all the preceding days of this event. And we also thank his team for helping and coordinating with us. And our sincere thanks to the TPC chairs, Professor K. Chandrasekharan and Dr. P.V. Anandamohan, and all the reviewers who have taken their time and effort in reviewing all the 80+ papers we have just received for the conference. We thank all the chairs and members of the organizing committee, the publicity committee, and the finance committee, the administrative committee, etc., and all other committees for doing this thing. I also thank Professor Al-Ghazaimi, Hoda Al-Ghazaimi, for taking strenuous efforts to reach us, but despite certain issues, we are thankful that she was able to make her presence today in the online mode. We thank our Keynote speakers, Professor Jaideep Vaidya, Professor Ramesh Kari, and all our invited speakers, Professor Hoda Halgazimi, Dr. P.K. Saxena, Mr. Vishwas Patil, and Mr. Sukumara, for taking their time and showing their interest in being part of this program. And we also thank all the national and international delegates who are attending both here physically as well as on the online mode. We especially thank the international delegates who are here, who has taken their effort to come here physically here. We also thank the academia, industry, state government departments, and central government departments who have nominated the members here. We thank the members from all the industry partners who are present in this forum. And this event would not have been possible without the constant encouragement and support of our Executive Director, Dr. S.T. Sudarshan, who also dons the hat of IEEE Industrial Automation Society Chair. Unfortunately, today he could not be there. I could not be here because of an extremely sorrowful incident. So we also we also thank Mr. Sri B.S. Bindmada for guiding us and taking this from the day one, I mean, from 2017 event onwards, he has been supporting us and taking us through, guiding us to this particular event. Pulling out a big event like this would not have been possible. And with the two preceding events like International Workshop and Tech Expo happening in the previous days of the conference, without the support and the hard work of a number of people in the background. So I just I'm indebted to the entire team, the technical team from Dr. Mohammad Misbauddin, Mr. Anup Kumar Pandey, Mr. Gopinath, Mr. Sanjay, Mr. Shubham Goyal, Ms. Geetanjali, and Mr. Bhupendra for the team, and the admin team led by Mr. Muthu Kumar, Mr. Mohammed Ashfaq, Mr. Sali, and the entire support staff who have been a source of the support in the entire program. The finance team led by Mr. V.B. Sudhakar, the purchase team by Ms. Jyotsna, Mr. Shashidhar, and Ms. Jayashree, and also the number of volunteers who have come, including for the people from the invocation song to the members from our own team who have been supporting us from all, and every member of C-DAC Bangalore who have been behind this for conducting this event. Thanks to all of you. Just one thing I missed out is the Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir was mentioning about the post-quantum cryptography, and we have a panel discussion tomorrow led by Dr. Professor Veni Madhavan sir and your team of experts. Actually, the idea was also proposed by Professor R.K. Shamsundar sir with this guidance. So that is the thing. So thanks to all of you. If I had missed someone, it's my out of this thing. Otherwise, you are always there, and your support without this would not have happened. Thanks to all of you. So as we move to the next stage of the program, we will be breaking now for tea. Tea is being served outside, and after that we'll assemble back. Before we assemble back, I also request all the members to take. We have an extended tea break till 11:30. So we request you to visit the stalls, which is there in the basement. The exhibitors have put up a number of stalls. You can take your time and visit the stalls, and then of course have your tea also, and then come back by 11:30. Thank you. Thanks all.
ये मैं this is on. यहाँ पे सिंबल भी चेंज हो जाए कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, शेयर कैसे करते हैं फाइल अपनी? शेयर स्क्रीन। अच्छा, शेयर स्क्रीन ऐसे होस्ट डिजेबल पार्टिसिपेंट स्क्रीन। ओके, अभी उन्होंने डिजेबल कर
हाँ, अभी तो
शेयर
किया।
नहीं कर सकते।
ओके ओके, जब हमारा टाइम आ
ये
जाएगा
आपका एप्लीकेशन खुला हुआ है,
ठीक है।
डायरेक्ट शेयर ही स्क्रीन ही
तो जब शेयर स्क्रीन करके इसको क्लिक कर देंगे।
हाँ, जस्ट ये ओपन कर
ओके ओके ओके, ठीक है।
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for assembling back. We'll start the technical sessions now. We are starting with the first invited talk from Dr. Huda Abdurrahman Abdullah Al-Khuzaimi. She was part of the inaugural session. So I'll just briefly read the profile. I've already introduced her. Dr. Huda Al-Khuzaimi is currently the Director of Center of Cybersecurity in New York University, Abu Dhabi, and a Research Assistant Professor in New York University. She served in different posts for research and development in the technology development sector for the past years. She also played a specific role in developing cybersecurity and cryptology research and development ecosystems. She headed the Department of Research and Development for Cybersecurity and Cryptology in different national initiatives in the United Arab Emirates, along with her associations to different security initiatives, nationally and internationally. She consults for special projects with national and international technology development initiatives. Huda is the president of Emirates Digital Association for Women, a non-for-profit organization endorsed by the Ministry of Social Affairs in the UAE that supports national and international initiatives that aims to empower economic and educational development for diverse communities with a specific focus on women and children. This includes, yet not limited to, establishing and creating ecosystems that support sustainable business development in the UAE and the international scene, which supports indigenous growth of local economies. She is as well the strategic director for Women in Artificial Intelligence Research International Community that aims to improve the scientific and professional positioning of women's contributions within the field, especially in the MENA region. She is the lead of Women in Engineering Chapter in Abu Dhabi and the UAE lead for INWES MENA, which is the global network for organizations of women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. She is currently focusing on building sustainable economic ecosystems and investments for valuable technological and industrial impacts. Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Muhammad, and thank you, team. Can you enable screen sharing so I'll be able to share my, yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. So today we're going to talk about the journey of improving the design of hardware security for symmetric ciphers and symmetric analysis in order to fit into the schematics of emerging environments. And when I say emerging environments, I mean environments that would be dictated in the new emerging technology concepts as what we're talking about today in the metaverse, for example, or in the restricted hardware devices, the wearables. What kind of security parameters are we going to place on these devices? And is the type of security we're developing today enough for that? So my research team and my research group has wide aspects of analysis. Few of my research team members work on the design and the cryptanalysis of primitives of a cryptography, like hash functions, random number generations, and ciphers. And the rest, they work on systematic analysis of placing these primitives in systematic protocols or models, or either in restricted environments. We have as well expanded to machine learning based models and attacks, and at the same time, multiple arenas of understanding what is the impact of machine learning techniques on electric vehicles and whatnot. So the objective for us here is trying to understand, and I'm sure most of you do have the exposure to this knowledge. The objective of the primary focus of the field of cryptography is to design primitives either in hardware or in software with the focus of building lightweight, trustworthy, and efficient cryptographic hardware models. And the cryptanalysis, when it comes to the cryptanalysis perspective of it in hardware and software. The objective is to be able to apply classical techniques like linear and differential cryptanalysis or side channel attacks that has hardware aspects of the analysis, hybrid techniques, and at the same time be able to produce specific security margins. So what we are trying to do is keep up with the introduced limitation of hardware, as I explained when we are talking about emerging technologies and software environments, while maintaining the security parameters or security margins introduced. And at the same time, introduce attack models that will guarantee attack results by more than half of the probability. This is why what we're doing for machine learning attacks on hardware and software, or if it's not a probabilistic model, have a guarantee that the attack would actually work. So we have different categories of crypto systems when we are talking in the wider term. So I'm not sure how many of you are exposed to what we call symmetric and asymmetric systems versus others. So in the symmetric system, you will have the fast encryption models, you will have additional complexity because of the provided key exchange. And while in the public asymmetric crypto systems, you will use, for example, it is normally known as a slow encryption process and key exchanges embodied into different models like what you're having here today in this PKI conference. I'm sure you will be exposed to multiple PKI structures, and you have the mixed models, which are normally provide hybrid encryptions based on this composition of these two models, or also, or either making sure that you are providing dual characteristics, right? For example, the hybrid encryptions that would provide for authentication and encryption at the same time. And it can be, of course, slower a little bit than the norm that we have seen in the past for symmetric encryption. Where can you find these models? I mean, where can you find encryptions on these levels? You can find them on the TLS, SSL protocols, the HTTPS protocols available on your web browsers. And as well, you can find them in contactless, smart cards, and RFID tags. You can find them as well within the satellite communications, within different systems, IoT environments, and multiple encryption systems, mobile systems, as we have just described in the past. So, I mean, why do we need them? I mean, the world is moving toward energy harvesting devices and wearable connected mobility that supports mobility devices. Internet of Things, most of you have heard of them in smart cities. And now we're talking about digital twinning. We're talking about the metaverse. All of these environments, also the blockchains, the crypto systems, the crypto payment protocols, all of these systems are highly dependent and relying on the crypto that we're building. So for example, as you've seen in the slides here, we have few examples of the different ciphers that are available on cell phones, satellite phones, or cordless phones, and DVDs, for example, and smart cards and secure tokens. But are they enough? You could see that the security margins that are normally defined by the size of the key, the size of the initial IV that is being pushed, and the attack time complexity is on the low side. So if you can see that the key, normally the attack time complexity is governed by the size of the input of the key, because your key is your secret material and we're trying to attack that secret material. So if you see here, the key size, for example, is 64 bits, then the successful attack here is happening for a subset of that, which is 2 to the power 24, which makes it, we'll see in a bit why, a doable attack in polynomial time. And we have to be careful of attacks in polynomial time, because it means these are attacks that are non-exponential and that attack that are feasible within a specific time structure. So the generic model and the design that we are aiming to look at when I will introduce our attack techniques is something of what you're seeing on the slides. You would have the message, the cipher, the key, the encryption and decryption schemes that they have to be a bijective function in order to be having a backward compatibility of producing the message. And this is why we need the bijective mapping. When it comes to the structure of those different cryptographic schemes, for block ciphers, for example, we have a family, a box of families that exist for the design of these primitives like SPN, Feistel networks, general Feistel networks, addition, rotation, XOR, nonlinear, feedback shift registers, and hybrid models, and many other possibilities as well. And the reason for this kind of diversity of designs is being able to fit designs into different hardware environment if possible, maintaining security margins and being able to control specific security margins in order to provide a level of security. For example, this is an SPN structure, substitution permutation network, where you could see the substitution layer represented by the S boxes here. That's the nonlinear layer. And then the permutation layer represented by a mixing model. Normally, it could be defined by MDS matrices, which is maximum distance separable code-based matrices that are aiming to introduce a level of mixing. And then, the nonlinear layer aims to destroy relations between input and output, or the mixing layer is aiming to make sure that there is a huge balance between these destruction between input and output, and it would ultimately give you a sense of security in a way that would make a change in one bit reflected in a change of all output bits after a specific number of rounds application. And this is what we call the avalanche effect on the cipher. So for the Feistel structure, again, you would have the input divided into different block sizes. And then you would have what we call the left and the right part of the Feistel structure. So it's a very symmetric operation. And then you would apply, for example, you have here a rotation by 5, addition or multiplication over Galois fields. And this would allow you to provide a level of linearity. The general advantage of a Feistel structure is that you can use the same structure for the decryption without changing massively the design. You're just reversing a few of the operation. You have also the LeMay structure, the ARX structure, we'll talk about them later on. ARX is very famous in the recent era because it has been claimed that it's very suitable for hardware designs, but as well it has its own limitation when it comes to meeting specific security margins. But is our cryptography enough? Is these designs that we are presenting enough? We've seen in the past that we have issues with providing for security for limited, I would say, implementation devices, like, for example, pacemakers that are placed to control the heart activities would have a very limited bandwidth for extra computation. So when you, in 2007, I remember there are a attack series that has been arising because the medical devices, the medical implant represented by the pacemakers, had an encrypted series of messages, which provided a level of vulnerability to these devices that reflected on the subject matter, on the humans that would endanger their lives. So what we're trying to do here is make sure that our crypto would have the lowest limitations when it comes, or requirements when it comes to the hardware, so it can fit into these physical system components or biological systems without actually introducing much hustle or much limitation. Okay, so we're talking about deep brain neurosimulators, cochlear implants, or cardiac activity controls, insulin pumps, for example, and whatnot. We had recently worked with Mr. Pandian, who is also part of the people who arranged for this invited talk, to work on some medical devices security as well. And I think I would like to encourage the wider audience as well to work on that level of application, providing security for medical devices. Again, when we're talking about the boundaries that we have for the current existing cryptographic primitives, we could see that, for example, AES, SHA-256 and SHA-3 RSA, and then you have the elliptic curve systems, DSA, elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman, digital signature algorithms, for example. They both have specific purpose, but at the same time, with the introduction or the impact of introduction of quantum computing on these cryptographic algorithms, we've seen that their security level is not anymore what we have perceived in the past, given regular computing environments. And of course, at a point of time, our definition of regular computing would change. Today, we define regular computing by the current computing environments that we have that would never breach the 2 to 128 kind of operations boundary. But tomorrow, with the quantum computing that has been estimated on a simulation level by IBM leadership to be provided in 2023, it would be larger than the key sizes. Like, for example, for AS256, their security is larger than the key sizes needed, which is good. SHA-3 is larger than the output needed, which is good as well, I think. But for RSA and elliptic and public key cryptography, we're facing an issue because certain boundaries are not going to be secure anymore. This is, of course, pushing us to steer away from standard cipher design or standard security design margins, which are encouraging you to stay within 128-bit limits, to something that would provide a high level of security. So how can we really balance that? Because for providing a secure margins, we need to go with higher number of bits, but for providing for restricted environments that the world is going for, the IoTs, all of these devices that are going on a lower and lower perspective, we need to actually provide lower number of bits for restricted environments, lower chip sizes, lower energy and power consumptions, gate equivalence, latency, clock and frequency and throughput. So we need to find a bit of a balance in between this elements, these hardware elements, and also in between the software implementation that we are providing in terms of the code we're optimizing, smaller RAM sizes, and pushing the gate equivalence to the lowest that we can. So hopefully, I mean, we started with something that's lower than 2000 gate equivalence. Right now, we're talking about ciphers that exist in lower actually than 138 gate equivalence, which is a massive change. When it comes to lightweight cipher proposals, for example, where few of them has been standardized in the ISO IEEE 29192 and 2 standards, one of them is present, and CLIFIA, we started seeing much more progress on this. When it comes to authenticated ciphers, New Hope and others, solution has been provided. But that's not it. We're still seeing more solutions on post-quantum crypto, and we keep on seeing more of these solutions. You don't have them here in the slides, but for example, our perspective of lightweight will drastically change, because this is the old perspective of what we can call lightweight. But now with the introduction of the with the introduction of the new hardware environments and computing environments, things would definitely be providing a tougher trade-off, I would say, to be engineered. Because the current trade-off that we have is how can you lower the parameters of the design in terms of hardware and software, and at the same time maintain a high security margin and not get into the risk factor of getting easier crypto analysis models being built or better assurance level being developed when it comes to the attacks that we need to build. So from an attacker perspective, what do you need when you attack symmetric crypto systems in general? And this applies as well for asymmetric crypto systems. What you're trying to do is have a different attack agendas, but ultimately a total break. It means you are deducing every kind of secret material from the system is what you're aiming for. And a global deduction, it means you analyze the global model and you have a global distinguisher of the model and you can break into the system eventually. A local deduction means that you can only analyze few number of rounds and you can deduce the input output of a few number of rounds. A distinguisher attack, it means that you cannot actually get to attack the system, but you can distinguish the nonlinear layers. You can build a characteristic and a distinguisher, either a linear or differential characteristics and distinguishers, and use the propagation of this linear characteristic and or differential characteristic or whatever type of characteristic that you're building to build a probabilistic model. And out of the learnings that will come from this probabilistic model, you can deduce eventually the key with a specific computational complexity. This computational complexity could be something theoretical that's not achievable. In that sense, we will say that the attack is not possible, or it could be something that is actually achievable in polynomial time, which means that we could have it done in practical time, and then the system will be distinguishable and the system will be attackable. So attack models that we have when it comes to probabilistic model is linear cryptanalysis, differential cryptanalysis, and algebraic cryptanalysis. Of course, we're not focusing only on those. We have also side channel attacks, and I'm sure you've heard about it in the room. We work on time analysis and per power analysis, differential power analysis, fault injections, and others, and hybrid techniques amidst all. So the key length here dictates, this is old school way of trying to analyze the security margins of the system, beside making sure that you have a strong nonlinear layer, strong linear layer diffusion, and having specific boundaries around this layer. Cryptographers or cryptanalysts normally go with the attack input-output sizes, where they would say generically, if the key length of, which is the key is very important since it's a secret material, if the key length is 40 bits or to 256, for example, most of the designers aim to provide multitudes of design options between 40 to 256 to suit different hardware environments. Then the search time will be 2 to 40 or 2 to 56. And in a traditional computation environment, 2 to 40 was an easy model to break. This is why earlier on when we spoke, I've hinted that 2 to 24 is an easier model to break, so we have to be careful. 2 to 64 is practical to break, while 2 to 80 is not very feasible, and 2 to 128 is very strong, and 2 to 256 is exceptionally strong. So this is the classical attack model. What we're trying to do with our attack models is reduce the search times to something very practical and get as close as possible to the practical attack margins. So one of the attack models that we have presented in my group in Africa Crypt It was around side channels for Spark, and our merit was to analyze addition, rotation, XOR environment or a design structure. And Sparks was one of these designs, which was, it's a cipher that has 64 to 128. That's the model that we analyzed, but it has many other input-output possibilities. We try to analyze the smallest version using combined DPA, differential power analysis techniques. Combined because we used first and second order differential power analysis and simulated what we called key extraction. So our contribution were like make sure that we explore the correlation power analysis of Sparks and propose a secure implementation of Sparks against power analysis using what we call threshold implementation. Why did we choose Sparks again? Because we are expected in 2025, we're saying 30 billion devices in 2020. But with COVID, the last forecast that we had, it's like 50 billion, over 50 billion devices in 2025 are supposed to be available around the world. So how can we make sure that these devices, which are going to be running on a very limited hardware environment, are actually secure? We need to make sure that our designs that are pushing the limits of hardware, that are providing a very restrained and constricted environment, are actually secure for them to be analyzed. So there was, of course, several announcements on lightweight cryptography competition when it was being run by NEST that gave an importance to lightweight ciphers. We had designs that sparked from that competition. We had Skinny, Sparks, Present, Prince. Although Present was an earlier addition, an earlier invention, Prince was one of them. I think Present and Prince, both of them has been standardized. These are few lightweight ciphers from the 56 submissions that were considered. We chose Sparks because there was no formal security. There was a formal security proof to it, but there was no practical, actually, security analysis or attack towards it. So what we've done is we chose the lowest version from the 3 variants in the family. We provided with the general structure of the model is that you would have what they call n-steps analysis, which are substituted by the number of the rounds that could be used on the general structure, a confusion layer, which is the nonlinear layer achieved by using the addition, which is the the addition box, and then a diffusion layer is used by a mixing layer, by having a mixing layer. So you have the unique aspect of Sparks design is that you have what we call steps and rounds, and it ultimately aims to provide an acceleration level of mixing between linear layers and the confusion layer, which is the addition S-box. This is how it looks like in generality on one iteration of the function and one iteration of the key scheduling. This is what you would see. Because you have a Feistel level structure here, what you get to analyze is we use that to our advantage in order to trace the key similarity. So what we have here is lightweight cipher has a major application and are primarily focused on hardware such as embedded devices, what we said here. So then what we have focused here on is, can we apply different methods and models of side channel attacks on Sparks? So we started by analyzing timing analysis, power analysis, electromagnetic analysis. So when we're talking about timing analysis, it's about putting the cipher model through an analysis box that would analyze the timing difference between input and output. And if there is a fluctuation on timing difference, then you would be able to deduct information about the execution of the cipher. Of course, basic ciphers, countermeasure techniques, any cipher design would aim to make sure that they counter these timing attacks. We couldn't find any at the moment of the study we've done. For the power analysis, We try to analyze the power consumption of the cipher to deduce the key information. This is what the type of the attack that we have is differential power analysis. For the electromagnetic radiation, we try to check the emission of the electromagnetic of the devices. So again, we have different models when we are talking about the power analysis. We have the simple power analysis that relies on the knowledge implementation of the cipher and the device, and it tries to detect minimal noise and use normally few traces in order to have a successful attack model. And this is the least lower, I would say, the lower bound of any DPA kind of an attack. Differential power analysis, it's a higher level of differential attacks, where the knowledge of the cipher again is sufficient to run this attack. And then you analyze the power consumption, dependency of your process data on the power model. And you would, in reality, need more power traces to constitute this attack. When we're talking about a correlation attack, what you're trying to do is build what we call a distinguisher, which is at this moment is called the correlation. And this distinguisher will be a differential power distinguisher or Pearson using Pearson correlation coefficient. And then you're trying to resemble the actual power consumption using what we call a Hamming weight or a Hamming distance model. And then it gets easier for you to get accurate results in this sense. So what we went for at the end is the correlation power analysis. So again, first, what did we do to build the power model? We tried to analyze directly the number of bits that are going from transition from 1 to 0 or 0 to 1, which would happen within the registers. And this is what we call directly, this is how you normally build the power consumption. You use an oscilloscope to extract these traces. And normally it would be, reflecting the consumption time of the execution. And then you try to build the Hamming distance between the data, input-output data, and operations of interest. And normally then you get the numbers, you get a specific characteristic between the input and output. And the Pearson correlation give you the linear, it would give you a linear relation between two data sets. So if we have two power traces, for example, of a plain text, and then a Hamming, we can also have a Hamming distance between n number of plain text and encryption results within a specific hypothetical key. Then this Pearson model will help you try to understand first and last round analysis of it. So this is how we build the Pearson coefficient. I'm not going to go through the detail of it, but ultimately what we're trying to do is to analyze the power traces from different plain text encryption with a secret key for each hypothetical key that we are building, because this is what you do again for here for the Hamming distance model for it, is that to try to build a hypothetical key for each mapping. And then you end up calculating the Hamming distance values between the different plain text with this hypothetical key. And then you calculate the Pearson coefficient between these power traces and the Hamming distance. The highest Pearson coefficient among the different points would be likely the correct key hypothesis, as we have said here. The input, in order to resist against this attack, of course, you can apply what we call a masking algorithm, where you are XORing specific values or mask to the input. So to make it difficult for a random Hamming distance to find these correlations. Then the secret key can be, for example, as a countermeasure, masked using a random result or a random value to resist the first order CPA attack here. what we call correlation power analysis. And our assumption is that this random value generation and masking operation would be performed at different locations and different instances of time. And if that happened, then, for example, TR, which would be the time instance that the random value will be generated at, and TM will be the instance of the masking operation. If you try to apply a differential algorithm in between them, you would have the Hamming distance in between them without the masking. So the first order CPA is performed to derive this power traces. What we need here for the second power trace is, of course, to make it work, more traces and more computations to correlate the power traces and the Hamming distance value. And that's what we've done. For the CPA technique that we have applied, we started to recover the key, starting from the least significant bit to the most significant bit, because we try to count for the carry bits. And this is why we have focused on addition modulo 2 to the power 16. And initially, every carry bit at the low significant bit, at the least significant bit would be 0. And first order CPA technique will be used to extract the least significant byte first. And then we go from there to the other bytes. After extracting the least significant byte, we have to complete 16-bit secret key. We have to complete the 16-bit secret key, which is used in the CPA technique. So first, we have to establish a known value, which is the least significant byte, and then we go to the most significant byte value that ranges from 0 to 2 to the power 8. And then we are assuming that the hypothetical key with the highest piercing coefficient is going to be, again, the correct secret key. This is what we've done here. I mean, using CPA, we focused on 16-bit key, the 16-bit key that's used normally to encrypt this part, and then extracted a 2 to power 9, extracted that 16-bit key with 2 to power 9 key guesses, which is something that's doable within polynomial time. For each 8 bits of the key, we established a Hamming distance. And then we generated the power traces for the second order technique to get the power values. And then the highest piercing correlation coefficient gave us the right, of course, hypothesis. And then the size of this key, which we have developed here, is 2 to 16. It's normally 32 for this branch. If you remember the design, it's actually had 4 branches. It's 32 for it's here. So it has 4 branches, and then you have what we call 16, 16, 16, 16. So we started by attacking this one, and then we deduced the rest, and we moved from here to the full attack. And then again, we use this in an iterative model to retrieve the second part, which is the left part. We retrieve the only unknown part, which is the left part of it, using a CPA model, using a guess of 2 to 9. And this is what helped us at the end of the observation. The observation that helped us perform the attack actually is the fact that the secret key in the first round is maintaining this symmetric similarities. For example, if you looked here, it's actually 0.3 here, this key would be the same as 1.0, so it will not change. And also what we used as well is that, again, 0.3 on this part will be the same here. So we use this preserved, the same, it's not exactly the same. So this one is exactly the same. This one would be similar to having an addition modulo 2 to the 16. So, and then we used this similarity here to substitute for the key here and to deduce the second part. Anyway, going further using this observation, we have been able to perform CPA on round function technique on 4 number of rounds. And this is a published work that we have provided in Africa Crypt. So we try to follow it on, we try to extract key 0 from round 1. Round 2, we try to extract key 1, and using plain text and CPA on round function technique and subkeys 1, 2, 3, 4 of round key 1 and subkey 1 of round 2. We retrieved for each subkey 2 to the power 10 key guesses, and a total number of guesses for the total complexity was 2 to 12. So the hardware specification of our environment was a Cura board where we generated the power traces, and also a Tektronix MS-05204B oscilloscope. The data used on full key recovery are around 65,000 random plain text and encrypted, which is 2 to the power 16, almost to that, using the 128-bit secret key. And the same thing on the other aspect. And then we applied what we call SCA attack on the model. And this is where we got to the point that we need to apply countermeasures in order to improve the design. And these countermeasures are called threshold implementation. It's a scheme that is being proposed by Nikova for provable secure implementation technique using secret sharing. The input to a function will be split into 2 shares, evaluated to produce output shares, and combined again together for the correct output. The threshold implementation, it has specific requirements. 3 actual requirements. The requirement number 1 is to maintain correctness. It means, especially for the splitting and combining of shares, to make sure that they would result in the correct value. Non-completeness, which means each function is independent of the last share, and thus attackers cannot get all the shares. Balance in between these shares, the distribution of input and output should be maintained. And also what we're trying to add beside a threshold implementation, what we called serialized implementation, rather than having serialized implementation of Sparks. It's easier to secure using threshold implementation, which means it makes it difficult for the attacker to make a global deduction. So this is one model for what we have proposed. So we proposed that to place the hardware function in a serialized manner, where the rotation is implemented before the XOR, and then rotation is implemented by splitting the registers and stored into 2 halves. And then we implemented on this serialized matter on 64-bit data, and made sure that the linear layer consists of linear function mixes and 32 bits rotation, which is similar to the original design on 16 cycles, and rotation will be done as well on 16 cycles rather than 1 cycle. And the 80 clock cycles would have 48 threshold functions, and the threshold implementation will go from there. So this is how the model is working at the moment. I'm not going to focus on all of the results of the countermeasure. I would recommend, for the sake of time, I would recommend that you revisit the paper. I wanted to make sure that we have enough time to go over our also second contribution, which is towards physical and clonable functions. One of the designs that we worked on in the lab is trying to establish a BUF, which is physical and clonable function, which is a cryptographic primitive that would be used to essentially establish intrinsic randomness for cryptographic applications. Why randomness is important? Because you can use it to generate secret value, and you could use it as well to, as you have seen mask the secret value. Traditional buffs are based on, for example, CMOS functions or ring oscilloscope based CMOS function based on as well ring oscillator. Buffs, arbitrator buffs, static random access memory buffs. They exploit specific and uncontrollable variation models in conventional CMOS fabrication technology. However, they don't provide what we call true randomness nature of the output. They would provide a pseudo-randomness analysis. And current buff designs also face the challenge that there has been an extensive challenge response protocol access time to buffs that poses a limited number of CRPs. And also model building attack. There has been reliability deterioration due to the environment condition, since they're based on hardware environment. And rarely they will survive an aging perspective. To ensure reliability of cryptographic system, we focus on, for example, how can we make sure that we are designing a buff that are compliant to low environment power consumption, area consumption, and bit generation speed, high bit generation speed. Also, we focus on this cryptographic strength in terms of the quality for cryptographic randomness. We tested the output to NEST 15 tests and as well to other reliability and nonlinearity tests. We do resiliency attacks against machine learning, for example. And for us, it's very important to make sure that what we are producing is not a pseudo-random number generators, but actually true random number generators. So we were trying to extract randomness from the physical phenomena of the environment. For example, one of the physical phenomena, it would have specific behavior such for different nanotechnology devices. I think I have so the memristor that we have built has a specific physical chemistry layer characteristics. We have designed this in our lab, and we changed this CU and CI layers to make sure that we are maintaining a random variations between the voltage alternation that you are seeing here in the graph. And we are also establishing a set and reset cycle that's strong for this device characteristic. Then we have applied a 15 test analysis where the P result has to be, for example, as close as possible to 1. Most of what we have here is a successful attack, is a successful representation of passing the NEST tests. And then what we're trying to do is, as well, we took this buff, we tried to make sure we feed it into a structure of building a cipher. And then we put this cipher in smart meters, and we tested the randomness of the output, and we have achieved as well a true randomness analysis to those buffs. One of the attacks that we are applying is machine learning attacks. We built a framework using logistic regression and other types of attack as well in order to analyze if it would withstand, if the randomness would withstand these attacks. And what we realized as what we were targeting is to minimize the cost of the cost function using gradient descent algorithm. And we tried to model the attack accuracy for buffs using ideally 50% of pure or equal guesses on the binary output. And we realized that at the end that we kept on maintaining the randomness analysis. So our main contribution is providing a low-cost memristor due to the fact that we only have 3 layers of fabrication structure and low-cost copper electrodes and low power consumption of this memristor that we have designed, which is a hardware security component, a high endurance due to the usage of HFO2 a layer, and then we passed a combination of nest randomness here, and we applied this this randomness, this buff in a block cipher system and in a system of system for the smart meter system, to verify the reliability and the randomness of it. The next step for us is to try a photonic structure of this buff in order to accelerate the randomness, the true randomness generation model. And we are striving to push the boundaries of the design and make sure that we demonstrated a full analysis for all of the 2 to 12 key guesses. And this is also a summary of the key recovery that we've done on Sparks. So ultimately, our group is constantly working on analyzing hardware primitives and providing secure hardware primitives in multiple environments. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm sorry because I think I passed my time limit. And I hope that everybody is benefiting from this. I don't know if we have, I don't know if we have time for questions. Feel free to email me. I will send you or WhatsApp me. I'll send you my email on WhatsApp for questions. This is my number. Normally I place that on the slide for WhatsApp. So I have a question here. It says from Mr. Ananda Mohan, PV. He says, how side channel analysis can be done for post-quantum algorithms, since functions like ADD, round function, etc. are not available? Can machine learning reduce the effort in side channel analysis? Yes, that's what we have checked as well. We built a framework called Dobby and another framework. I'm going to answer the question that's not related to post-quantum first. So can machine learning reduce the effort in side channel analysis? From our perspective, yes. We have reduced massively the efforts that needs, for example, we have went through 65,000 traces in order to produce the Sparks attack. We have implemented a machine learning based framework for the analysis that we used for a different type of attack on AES. And we used it as well for Sparks. And what we have discovered is that because the machine learning algorithms are going through a pre-processing phase to improve the accuracy of the input pool that we have, which is the traces. It actually, we ended up using for the attack itself, we ended up using almost half or lower than half of the space with the highest traces, with the traces that has the highest possibility of generating the attack. So yeah, it provided a higher level of accuracy because it reduced the attack space. How can side channel analysis be used for post-quantum? Since the functions like the addition round key are not available, you don't particularly use side channels only for the addition round key. You can use side channels to deduce fluctuations of cycle between input-output differences. And this is what we are aiming to do. There have been few in the literature hardware analysis based technique for let me just check where is it so I can show you if I have it. There has been in the literature through hardware technique a few side channel technique to analyze a post-quantum algorithm. It depends.
There is one more question.
Sorry. Can you type the question? Would that be okay for you to type it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Huda, what I have been observing after the couple of years working with you. So still there is a, are we moving towards the post-quantum based PKI systems?
So post-quantum based PKI systems, we are analyzing them at the moment. Has not been many that has been introduced, to tell you the truth. The post-quantum signature schemes are the ones that we are seeing highly analyzed at the moment. I don't know if you know about PQC SIP, for example, which provided also in relation to the former question, a power side channel analysis platform for different PKI. I think, do we have a post-quantum ready PKI algorithm? Not yet. Do we have PKI designs, post-quantum PKI designs? We do have them. The security analysis is not done holistically, I would say, majority. So we're still working on them. I mean, field is still
working more towards the post-quantum will have more impact to this society.
Yes.
We have been symmetric cryptography. We have been working for many years in collaboration with you, but still we have to focus more towards this post-quantum. So that's going to lead the new post-quantum world.
Yes, Pandyan, when we are working on post-quantum, we're not just working on symmetric. We're working on both symmetric and PKI-based, like asymmetric-based model, which is the PKI-based model. But what we have noticed, and the community as well noticed, is that the attack space is harder on symmetric systems. This is why people are focusing on symmetric systems a little bit. But as well, we're trying to improve the status quo for the PKI asymmetric systems. And this is what we are seeing as well on the PKI asymmetric system, yes. So we're still, it's a work in progress internationally, huh? I was just in crypto last month, and what we have discussed is the fact that how can we improve the attack parameters on this scale.
Is online. I hope we have a better audience here. Is there any queries, any questions?
I would have to apologize because I have a different meeting in a few minutes. So if you don't mind me joining the other meeting, I would really appreciate that.
Huda, thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Huda?
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I'm just checking if we have more time for question. I think I have more time for questions. So if you want to have a few minutes more. So if you have anything from the audience, I can take more questions.
We'll message you through mail or message.
Sure. Perfect. Thank you, Pandyan. Thank you for the organization committee, Mr. Mohammed, as well, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you, everybody else. Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Dr. PK Saxena. He will be talking about role of public key in securing cyberspace. Dr. PK Saxena has been an outstanding scientist and director of one of the premium laboratories of DRDO, Scientific Analysis Group located in Delhi. Presently, he is engaged with Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India as PSA Fellow. Dr. Saxena did his MSc from Kanpur University in 1971 and PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur in 1978. He joined Scientific Analysis Group DRDO in 1981 as Scientist C and became Scientist G in 2002. He was appointed as Director of SAG with effect from May 2003 and headed the lab till his superannuation in July 2014. Dr. Saxena became outstanding scientist in 2009. His area of interest include algebra, cryptology, fuzzy logic, artificial neural networks, information cybersecurity, and speech technology. He has published 65 research papers in national, international journals and conference proceedings. Dr. Saxena participated in around 150 conferences, workshops, seminars, delivering keynote speeches, and invited talks and organized many such events, including international conferences such as IndoCrypt several times. After joining Office of TSA, Dr. Saxena has been involved in activities pertaining to cybersecurity, machine learning for machine translation for Indian languages, and quantum computing. He is Chairman Advisory Board and member of Governing Council for Society for Electronic Transaction and Security SETS, an organization working in Chennai under Office of PSA. Over to you, sir.
First, transparency. First transparency. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so let me thank first of all the organizers, C-DAC and MeitY CCA, for giving me this opportunity for talking on use of public key in securing the cyberspace. What I would actually do is that I will talk about the cyberspace and what are the concerns in the security pertaining to cyberspace, and then what technologies we can use for securing our cyberspace. Not the total challenges or the threats we are going to address here, but limited to primarily three things: authentication, key exchange, and encryption. So before starting those concerns and all, let me see that what our cyberspace is. So cyberspace is like it is like physical world. It is populated with people, systems, gadgets, grouped as communities and colonies, clouds. But here all information flows in bits and bytes. And in cyberspace also we have similar threats as we have in our physical world. So we will see some further the threats and other issues involved in securing cyberspace. The increasing use of digital devices and digital communication, digital information exchange is actually posing more and more threats to the information in the cyberspace. Because whenever some solution is designed, it is the usability and the user friendliness that comes first, and security comes, of course. For some devices, security also is paramount important, but all the things cannot be visualized in the beginning. So that's why patches and all those things come later. So the increase in the information exchange digital domain has increased the threats as well as the need for providing newer solutions. As we all know that lens, clouds, they are ever increasing in size, and there are millions of IoT devices which we use daily. Some of them we may not be concerned about security, but most of them we are concerned about their security. And we also see that digitization is happening in almost all sectors. We are using daily this Facebook messaging, WhatsApp, Twitter, and all. These are all applications where our privacy is involved, where our communication is involved. So whether the proof of identity, identity theft, all those are the concerns. There are some other services which we use, we all know. So what are the actually threats, main threats when we want to exchange information between entity A and B? Here, entities A and B could be persons, could be systems, could be some electronic gadgets, which
Hello.
are
Sir, can you hear me?
are exchanging the
Sir,
information.
sorry to interrupt you. Can you just remove the second slide? It is two slides are reflecting.
Which one?
Just make it a full screen, one slide, sir.
This one?
Give me just the presenting slide should be in a full mode. Next slide should be removed. Two slides we are visible here.
Oh, this one.
Yes, sir. Can you just?
Oh, okay. This is also coming on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let us see. इसको full screen करना है, इसको remove करना है.
Yeah, no, just full screen. Make it a full screen. Still two screens are visible.
Do we close this one?
Perfect.
You're getting only single one? Yes. Now, okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I was talking about main threats when we exchange information between two entities A and B. The first threat is that the intruder or eavesdropper disrupt the communication. So that is what we call as denial of service. The second threat is that somebody overhears, listens in between without the knowledge of A and B. So the second figure shows that he is actually eavesdropping and listening the communication between A and B. The third threat is that he is not only passively listening, but it is actually interrupting and changing the contents and communicating it to B. So that is modification, or we call it as integrity of the information is destroyed. And the other threat is that somebody actually poses as A and communicates it to B. B assumes that the communication is coming from A. So these are the broadly main threats when we exchange the information. So what actually we want to achieve? So we want to protect the contents from unauthorized access. That's the primary concern. But before that, we have to authenticate the communicating parties. So A and B, they should make sure that they are the right persons intended for the communication. So that is authentication of the persons, or when the two systems are exchanging information, some authentication has to happen between those two entities. And there has to be some protection against modification and fabrication, so that whatever contents are there, they are received intact without any change. Safeguard against imposters, non-repudiation, that is somebody cannot deny later on that whether the information was sent from him or not. Ensuring the integrity of information exchange for trust and reliability, assuring services available, and acknowledging receipt of information. So these are the broadly goals which we want to achieve while trying to secure the cyberspace. I will not talk about much about general aspects of securing cyberspace, because network security systems, intrusion prevention systems, intrusion detection systems, secure routers, secure switches, all those gadgets which take part in actually exchange of information in a network, their security comes in a different form while designing and all. But primarily, we have to have the technologies which can help us in providing comprehensive security. So we talk about securing cyberspace in a layered manner. Different layers have to be secured in a different manner with the different crypto algorithms, different protocols, and even at the coding level, some secure coding is required. So many things are required when we want to have a comprehensive security. Cryptography plays a central role in all these things when we want to exchange information in a cyberspace. Important out of all those issues are integrity of the information which is being exchanged, confidentiality of the information, and for confidentiality, we have to use some encryption. So what is the key? How to generate the key which will be used in the encryption? How to share the keys, whether it is to be transported from one person to other person, or it is to be exchanged by sharing some secrets between two parties A and B. Authenticating, establishing identity of entities who are exchanging information, and all these things are to be managed by protocols which will actually manage the information exchange, meeting security goals. So our talk will be around all these points which are here in this transparency. So if we talk about the technologies which are available and which can be used for securing cyberspace, basically hash functions, encryption systems, steganography, transmission security, crypto protocols. These are the technologies which provide us the tools to achieve authentication, key exchange, and those primitives and other things which we were talking about the previous transparency. And as I've told that apart from this cryptography, the network designing and all those things, we are not going to cover here. So for authentication and key exchange, we will see in subsequent slides that mainly hash functions and symmetric key encryption and asymmetric key encryptions are used. And there are n number of protocols which have been designed where mix of all these are actually used. But public key cryptography primarily is used for authentication and key exchange. But in some of the protocols, public key cryptography can also be used for establishing a session key, and that session key can be used for encryption also. So as it may be broadly used for authentication key exchange, but it is also used for encryption purposes when certified public keys are available. Then these can be the private key and public keys can be used for encryption. So just glimpses of what is public key cryptography. So in key cryptography, in contrast of the symmetric key, here we have two keys. One is private key and one is public key. And these two keys are in fact used for authentication or for encryption. So private key is used like here, this if A want to communicate a message, send a message M to B, it will encrypt the message by the private key of B and send it. And private, the B will use its public key of U will be used for encryption, and private key, because B has private key, so he will use the private key to decrypt the message. So two messages are used. The public key infrastructure also requires digital signatures, which are given in this, just concept is given in this slide. So any message M, first of all, it is hash function is used to get a digest or the hash value, and then public key is used to get verification, and private key used for signing. So signature is actually not necessarily be on the message, but the hash of the message, which is a fixed length string of ones and zeros, and that becomes the signature. And for verification, the hash function, the digest and signature, two things are available. So on digest, hash function message M will be actually hashed and digest will be meshed. And the check value for this signature, this public key will be used, and then signature will be verified. So if we talk about the public key infrastructure, it actually includes much more than just the public key crypto systems and digital signatures. It includes all technologies, products which can help in storing, managing keys, and the digital certificates which are to be issued by third party, operational technologies such as networks, communications, firewalls, security policies to define the rules under which cryptographic systems could operate, and procedures to dictate how the keys and certificates are generated and distributed and used. So all these become part of public key infrastructure, but most important part is revocation of keys compromised. Because when the users are many, then there are chances of compromisation of public key of individuals, and then the corresponding private key is also compromised. So in that case, the responsibility of certifying authority, CA and CCA, becomes that to prepare a revocation list and issue a new public key pair key which has not been used in the past. So this I think this over a period of time, when the size increases, this becomes a big responsibility for the third party. And so we will see that these public key systems, they meet all these requirements for e-security, like confidentiality, integrity, authentication, non-repudiation, and some of the protocols which I will describe in subsequent slides. So before that, let me tell that this public key crypto systems actually was originated with the concept of Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, and initially non-secret encryption was proposed. But later on, this concept, many other primitives like multiplication, factorization, and discrete log problems and all those things were researched upon, and many public key crypto systems have been proposed, and they are in use. And as the previous speaker was also talking about post-quantum public key crypto systems, so the work is going on, and some code-based and lattice-based crypto systems, multivariate polynomial-based crypto systems are being studied, and the the standards are being worked upon by the NIST. As I told that this Diffie-Hellman key exchange was the beginning of public key crypto systems. So here actually the main issue in using symmetric key was that the encryption key was required to be shared between the users beforehand. So Diffie-Hellman thought that why not can we do it in the session itself rather than generating the key beforehand and sharing through some secret channel. So here the this exchange protocol actually tells us that A and B, they actually involve, both of them are involved in the process, and finally the key is established, which is alpha power by X. Here X is secret with A, Y is secret with B, and they communicate some value alpha power X, with whether alpha is a generator in some field ZP star. So here actually the intruder will actually get alpha power X and alpha power Y, but he will not be getting the key alpha power X power Y. So that was the secrecy here, and that's how the session key between A and B was established. But it has its own problem. There was a man in the middle attack was possible. So some modifications in protocol has also happened. There was some in the beginning non-secret encryption was proposed based on the factorization difficulty of the factorization of large integers. Here I have just described where no third party is involved. Only the user himself can drive its private key. So the public key actually becomes the number n, which is product of P and Q. And the user finds out some numbers R, S, and U, B, which is satisfying some mathematical problems, mathematical equations. And finally, the encryption and decryption can be done in a easy fashion. So encryption is simple, that this message M raised to power N, and decryption uses those values U, B, and V, A, which were actually calculated by the user. So these are in the beginning some concept was established by such thing, but main breakthrough in public key crypto system came by through this RSA crypto system, which is the based on the difficulty of factorization of two large integers. I will not describe this, but here this encryption and decryption keys are actually derived through this mathematical function equation, and encryption and decryption actually requires the computation of M power raised to the power that key. So this algorithm is widely used in public key infrastructure these days. So now coming to the use of this public key crypto systems in authentication and key exchange. Let's see that what is actually authentication. So authentication is actually the proof of genuineness of the person. And here the requirement may be that in some cases between two parties, only A needs to authenticate to B. Like in our communication with banks, the individual has to authenticate himself to the bank. In some cases, we may require B needs to be authenticated by to A, and in some cases, mutual authentication is required. So it will depend upon different requirements, and accordingly, the protocols will be designed. And this authentication actually, this public key crypto system will be actually useful in providing all these solutions to the problem to address these issues. So while designing protocols for authentication, session generation, the main consideration are two. The first thing is that the secret key is already available and secure channel is available for where this key is already created or it is available with A or B. So the principles here, that means the two parties, they already have a secret key. But then while communication, they require some kind of a session key where they may use this secret key. This may not be available a priori to both of the parties, may be available with one, may be available two. So that is the one situation. The second situation is that certified public keys are available by third party. Some signatures, digital signatures and some certificates have been issued and they are available with principals. So the designer of the protocol will have that consideration. And the third possibility may be that this is to be done by the third party online, not beforehand. Digital signatures are available. The method of generation of key may be that out of A and B, there may be transportation protocol, which means that key is available with one and this is actually sent to the other end. And when we talk about key agreement protocol, that means here the session key will be derived by both parties A and B participating in actually generation of the key. So that we call as a key agreement protocol. So transportation is one side, agreement is both parties taking together, and in some of the requirements maybe that multi-party requirements or in a network or in a group, there may be requirement of hybrid protocol where some keys are to be transported, some keys are to be actually generated, and key agreement may have to happen between certain parties. So these are all considerations which one has to have before deciding about designing protocol. So authentication and key established protocol, this is summarized that the designer will have to consider these aspects, whether he has to design a protocol based on symmetric key cryptography or using cryptographic hash function or using only public key cryptography or combination of all, and whether the symmetric key is already generated or symmetric key, the session key is to be generated and shared while during the protocol itself. So it will also depend upon the requirement, also depend upon whether the communication is between two parties or it is a network or it is a mobile station to base station or it is mobile to mobile, because when we come to mobile station and mobile to mobile, the computational cost, etc., comes into the picture. So the public key crypto systems are to be selected or chosen in a particular fashion to reduce the cost of computation. So just to give some glimpses of what actually authentication protocols look like. So here it is a simple protocol where A just sends its identity A to B, and B asked him to prove it, and A sends his password, like simple password for authentication. But here the intruder C can get access of this password, so it's not secure. So the next improvement was that instead of sharing sending the password, it will actually send the hash value of the password. That's what is happening actually in bank transactions. The PIN or password which we enter, that is not stored in plain. A hash value is stored there. again, here a replay attack is possible that C actually captures the hash and uses that can use to communicate to B. So instead of that, there are some challenge response kind of a thing. Like in banks, we now see that some captcha will be sent or OTP will be sent. So it is similar to that. Here we actually send some nuance, and that nuance is that only A can respond. So that this authentication can happen. Here this replay attack is actually not applicable here because only A can respond to that nuance. Further modifications in this that apart from response to nuance, that password of A and nuance is also shared. So here the exchange of information between A and B over the channel takes place, but replay attack cannot be mounted. But it is not a mutual authentication which happens here. So there are again hash value of that can be sent. So apart from just using hash, the encryption can be used. As I'm talking about that symmetric key, encryption can be used for authentication purposes. So here this KAB actually is the key, symmetric key, which is available shared between A and B beforehand. So what A does is A sends its identity and B sends some random number R to A, and A actually encrypts this R which was sent by B using this key KAB. So this is encrypted message which is going to B, and since B has that symmetric key, so we will decrypt the message. We will decrypt the message and match whether this R is matching with R, and this can happen. This helps B to identify that it's actually coming from A. But it lacks in mutual authentication, and replay attack is also possible. So instead of just encrypting once, here in this protocol, we also encrypts, instead of sending just R, we actually encrypts R with this key KAB and sends the encrypted message to A. A decrypts this message and then encrypts again and then sends it to B. So here proves nothing of the sender, whether be it A or B. So this protocol doesn't work well. So some modifications were suggested where random number as well as encryption, as was in the previous thing. So two random numbers RA, which was sent by A, and random number RB, which is generated by B. These are used here. So some encryption happens with this RA, and RB goes in plain. A actually uses a symmetric key, decrypts it, and gets RA. RA matches with the RA which he has sent, and then he actually encrypts RB. So and send it to B, and B can decrypt and see that it is the same RB which it had sent. So this actually is the way to authenticate. A authenticates B and B authenticates A. But again, here man in the middle attack is possible. There are some other variations in this. I will skip this and come to public key, use of public key in authentication. So here, as we can see, that simplest protocol is that A sends the identity A to B, B sends some information R to A, and R actually R signs it this message by using its private key and sends it to B, and B decrypts it using the public key of A, and it matches R because R was actually available with B. And after decryption, if he gets the same R, that means he authenticates that it is actually A. But here, the intruder can actually pose an attack, and he can sign the message, and we will use the corresponding thing. So here, it's not safe protocol. So instead of that signature, in this revised version, B doesn't send the R in plain, but actually it encrypts the message R by using public key of A. So this symbol actually means the encryption by public key. And A will decrypt it using the private key and then send the decrypted R to B, and R will match it with it. So again, that intruder can pose it B. So here in these two protocols, use of public key or private key has been depicted for authentication purposes, but it's not serving the security purposes. So the protocol was further modified where the R1, some number R is actually sent by A, and B actually generates some information K, and R and K together are encrypted by the public key of A and sent to A. A decrypts it by its private key and communicates R+1 and K by signing to B, and we can actually verify this R plus and K, the information sent to A. So here two purposes are served. That the K, the information K, which can be the session key, it has been shared between A and B because K is available with B as well as A, and the authentication has also happened because it was encrypted by A, but mutual authentication has not happened here. So signing as well as that's the best practice, where signing as well as encryption, both the parts of public key are used. So this actually provides mutual authentication. This provides mutual authentication because here public keys and private keys of both A and B are used in this protocol. So that's the that means signing as well as encryption through this public key. So many such protocols have been proposed in the literature. I have given some list of this 4 or 5 which are using shared symmetric key. There are some serverless key establishment protocols which can be seen in the literature. That is, this is actually done without online server, but there are some server-based key establishment using symmetric key crypto system. This one is very prominent and important, Needham-Schroeder protocol, which is described here briefly. So here there is a server S in between A and B. A and B actually want to share the key. So in this protocol, A is communicating to S, sending identity A, B, and some nuance NA. And yes, the server sends this information B, identity of B, this NA, and this key, symmetric key, which is actually to be shared with or transported to B. And this encryption, symmetric key encryption of this information using symmetric key between B and S. So server is actually having a symmetric key, shared symmetric key between A and S and B also. So that is actually being used. And then this total is encrypted by AS because this is communication goes to A. Now A decrypts it, and then this information he sends to B. This intact information, that is encrypted information, is sent to B. And so B, since this key is available with B, shared with S, so we can decrypt it, and identity of A can be verified, and KAB reaches B. So in this first three passes, this key KAB, which is to be shared between A and B, that is transported from A and B. And in two passes, B to A and A to B, by encrypting the random number or nuance, the mutual authentication happens. So this is very widely described and used protocol, but there are many other protocols which are is in the literature which are available. What are the advantages in exchange of information using public key crypto system over to the symmetric key? As we see that the protocols can be based on both, but the advantage with this public key use of public key is that here it allows straightforward digital signature concept is available, and one can use digital signatures for the in the protocol. And here this key management is simple. Here the symmetric key is to be created and shared beforehand, and all those things are required, but here this requirement is not there. And their public key based crypto system are more suited to distributed communication and internet. But the disadvantage is the cost, because here the computational cost in public key crypto system, whether it is PKI, the RSA or LGML or discrete log, that cost factor is there. So, but the crypto primitive can be used in a manner where this crypto cost can be slightly reduced for achieving some desired level of secrecy. So in the previous presentation, the speaker was talking about TLS, SSL and all protocols. Just briefly, it is described here, this TLS protocol, but it uses not the RSA crypto system or the encryption raising power to some number by big numbers and all. It actually uses the concept of squaring and square roots. So that concept will be actually used here. And there is a concept of pre-master key, which is available to one of the users, and this is to be transported from client A to client B. In fact, if we will look at the secrecy in WhatsApp, which is end-to-end secrecy, there also this concept of pre-mastered key is used. So this pre-master key is used for calculating the digital hash or MAC value or digest value, which actually gives the key, session key KAB. So here it's very simple that A and B, they share their random numbers or nuances NA and B, and this PMK is transported from A to B. So this is available to both A and B, and then shared key is calculated by calculating this hash value, keyed hash value. PMK is the key of these two information NA and B. So in this NAB, they shared this key, and this is widely used in our internet. In mobile communication environment, the requirement is, for example, that communication protocol between mobile station and base station. So here one of the requirement is that the mobile station may not be that equipped to bear that cost of computation. So the protocol should address that issue, that computation in mobile stations should be load of computation should be less as compared to base station. Base station is some broader facility. So this protocol was, which is known as Wheeler-Chang-Jacobi protocol, MSR. This addressed that issue, and it used PKC due by Rabin, where encryption is modulo squaring and decryption is modulo square rooting. So instead of standard RSA crypto system or LGML or elliptic curve crypto system, where computational cost of raising to the power or discrete that is involved in finite fields and the large numbers, that would have needed more computational power. So that has been reduced here, and this simple two-line protocol addresses that issue. So that the A and B, they can share that key and communicate between them. So this A is actually our base station, and B is mobile station. So if we look at B is actually encrypting this secret key KAB by raising squaring. So here the squaring operation is involved, and here this is symmetric key encryption by this KAB. Whereas at B, the actual square routing will be involved. So this is simple protocol which can be used for communicating between the mobile station and this base station. Just at the end, let me talk about the end-to-end secrecy protocol, which is used in WhatsApp. In Skype and in other things also, secrecy in some form of the other is available, but as it is existing, that WhatsApp provides end-to-end secrecy. That means the actual encryption and decryption happens on our mobile phones, and on the channel everything goes on in the encrypted form. So since the mobile to mobile communication goes through so many intermediate things, routers, switches, base stations, MSAs, clouds, and all. So it was very difficult to evolve this protocol. The details of all these may be very difficult to cover in this point of time, but it uses a signal protocol and Open Whisper developed by Open Whisper system. So WhatsApp has its own signal messaging application, proprietary, and double ratchet algorithm is used. Some concept of pre-key used, PM, as I was talking in the last. They also use triple Diffie-Hellman for key exchange. They also use elliptic curve, specific elliptic curve number 255119. For encryption, actually the aegis encryption 256 is used. For hashing, HMAC SHA-256 used. So many crypto primitives are used in this protocol. So it's a complicated protocol, looks like, but it has been so designed that the computation cost is not so much, and the user doesn't feel anything happening while delay of computation and all. So this pre-key and curve 25619 Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So when we actually download the application and register on this, many things are calculated beforehand, and these keys are shared. So server stores these keys which are generated here. Elliptic curve used as a part of Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, and extended triple D Diffie-Hellman key exchange, and these two ratchets used so this concept of rigidity, it is device moving in one direction, deriving new keys from current ones. So here the issue of initializing vectors and all those things are addressed within the system itself. So each one of these, which is highlighted here, it requires a lot of descriptions, but the protocol is very efficient, and as on date, there is no breach which has been reported. So I think at the end, I would say that this public key cryptography can be used for designing security protocols, not only for authentication between the communication entities, authentication in the communication in the group, and then establishing and sharing the session key in this. In one of the, there are many other protocols where the session key is also generated using public key itself. So there, in that protocol, two public key crypto systems are used. One is long-term public key crypto system like RSA, and there is some short-term public key crypto system which is available for short-term and which is used for generating the session key within that session and sharing. So as we see, we have seen in many of the protocols which I described here, some of them I described here, the basic concept was that one symmetric key, crypto key, symmetric key, like KAB, which is available beforehand, and that is used in between, but the session key is generated in the protocol for actual encryption during that session. So here there are many protocols where that requirement of symmetric key is not there. Everything can be done by public key crypto system itself in the protocol. So with this, I stop here, and some of the references are here, but I would recommend somebody who is interested in more details of these protocols which are using exclusively public key cryptography and public key infrastructure. This book by Colin Boyd and Anis Mathuria, this is a very good book. It's exclusively, it talks about the different protocols there and the attacks and then modifications, comparing all the different types of protocols, comparing among themselves, comparing among the other category also. It's so somebody may refer that book for more details. So with this, I end up my talk. If there are any questions, I can take up.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. There are no more questions, I think, and thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for giving this opportunity. If later on some questions comes, they can be sent to communicate with me on mail if anything is required. So thank you.
So now it's lunch time, and we are a bit delayed, but no problem. So we'll, apart from C-DAC and CCA members, everybody is requested to move to E Square Hall. It is in the basement, in the lift, B button. So go to the base ballroom, and lunch is served there, as well as exhibition is there. So please enjoy lunch and come back by 2:15. So from 2:15, our next speaker is there, Dr. Viswas Patil. He's from, he's a security analyst with BNP Paribas, Singapore. He'll be talking about the evolving role of PKI in facilitating trust over the internet. So please come back by 2:15. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Clark, and today I want to show you something just a little bit crazy. In just a moment, I'm going to take you out on the wild streets of South Florida, where I'm going to conduct a money-generating experiment. Specifically, I'm going to test
the biggest mistake business owners make is they try to do everything by themselves in their business. And trust me, when you do this, you're hurting your business more than helping your business. If you are making this most common mistake in your business, then I have a word of caution for you. Dear sir or ma'am, stop acting as an employee in your business. That's not taking you or your business anywhere. Trust me when I say this, the most successful entrepreneurs are the ones who are focusing on growth and expansion, not sitting and doing day-to-day activities for every department in their business. Look at any business that you admire. The business owner is focusing on the future, not struggling with the present. And as a business coach and an entrepreneur myself, I have seen this trap that is very easy to fall into. And today I can say this to you safely. After working with thousands of entrepreneurs and helping them build scalable, profitable businesses and building 6 of my own businesses successfully, I know one thing. The best way to build a business is to not be in the business, but be on the business. And for you to understand that, I need you to spend 2 hours with me at the Business Success Workshop. This is where I will share with you my life's learnings as an entrepreneur and my experience of working with thousands of entrepreneurs. And I'll break everything down into 7 core activities that you need to make sure are happening in your business, into 2 principles you need to follow to build a scalable business, and 3 must-have ingredients you need to put in place so that you are actually building a business. So click on the link below and register yourself for my upcoming Business Success Workshop. It's just 99 rupees. And provided you make that commitment right now by registering yourself, you will get bonuses worth thousands of rupees. So what are you waiting for? Click, stop making that mistake of doing everything by yourself and learn how to actually build a business. I look forward to seeing you at the Business Success Workshop.
आप सभी को संजीव कपूर का प्यार भरा नमस्कार। तो आज मैं आपको ऐसी रेसिपी देने वाला हूं जो सिर्फ आपका पेट नहीं भरे बल्कि हजारों का पेट भरेगी। भाई ऐसी कौन सी रेसिपी हो सकती है भला? मैं लेके आया हूं मेरे जायके से फूड बिजनेस तक का सफर आपके लिए, ताकि आप भी अपना फूड बिजनेस शुरू कर सकें, वो भी अपने घर से। यस, यू हर्ड इट राइट, फ्रॉम योर होम। Come join me at Sanjeev Kapoor Academy and learn exactly how to build a restaurant-style food business from your own kitchen with my 30 years of experience packaged inside one course for you. In fact, मैं आपको बता दूं, मैंने खुद फूड इंडस्ट्री में कदम रखा था। एक छोटा सा ऑफिस घर के अंदर ही करीब 30 साल पहले, वाकई छोटा सा कमरा था। और अगर मैं उसको इतना बड़ा बना सकता हूं, आई कैन बिल्ड इनटू मल्टीपल फूड बिजनेसेस, तो एक बिजनेस तो आप बिल्ड कर ही सकते हैं आसानी से। हाँ, हाथ पकड़ने की थोड़ी सी जरूरत पड़ेगी, मैं हूं ना। मेरे फूड बिजनेस की रेसिपी को आपको बस फॉलो करना है, जैसे आप मेरे खाने की रेसिपी को फॉलो करते हैं। बाकी आपके कई सवाल हो सकते हैं, जैसे हाउ टू स्टार्ट अ फूड बिजनेस फ्रॉम होम, कैसे शुरू होगा, हाउ टू सेट अप द किचन, हाउ टू मैनेज सप्लायर्स, वेंडर्स, फूड पोर्शन कितना होना चाहिए, क्वालिटी, क्वांटिटी, और बेस्ट कस्टमर सेटिस्फैक्शन क्या होता है, किस तरह से किया जा सकता है, प्रॉफिट ज्यादा कैसे होंगे। भाई देखिए, ये जो सवाल है इनके उत्तर आप मुझ पे छोड़ दीजिए। You'll get everything you need to build your profitable food business in this course. और उसके साथ साथ you'll get 1 year access to more than 140, yes, 140 restaurant style recipes. Because भाई खाने का बिजनेस है तो उसमें रेसिपीज भी तो होनी चाहिए। तो 140 से भी ज्यादा रेसिपीज आपके लिए, और उनकी टेक्निक किस तरह से बनाना है, जैसे ही आपने एनरोल किया वो रेसिपीज आपके पास में। देखिए, everything you need is under one umbrella. And if you have come so far and you are still listening to me, that means you want to make this happen. So have faith in yourself, और उसके साथ साथ आइए कोर्स में जुड़िए, एनरोल कीजिए। और अगर कोर्स में एनरोल करने के बाद, खरीदने के बाद आपको लगता है कि मजा नहीं आया, इट्स नॉट वर्थ इट, आपको नहीं करना है, कोई बात नहीं, 48 आवर्स में आप फुल रिफंड ले सकते हैं, नो प्रेशर। क्योंकि प्रेशर सिर्फ प्रेशर कुकर में अच्छा लगता है भाई, आप पे नहीं। कम join me at Sanjeev Kapoor Academy and learn exactly how to build a restaurant style food business from your own kitchen. तो आइए मिलते हैं संजीव कपूर एकेडमी।
अपना इस्तीफा किसी पढ़े लिखे आदमी से लिखवाइएगा, खुद लिखेंगे तो मात्रा सब में गलती होगा।
13 दिन की सरकार के बाद जब अटल जी इस्तीफा देबे नहीं किए, तो हम तो फिर भी 1 साल से मुख्यमंत्री हैं।
Have you ever wondered how real-time stock market platforms work? There's a lot that goes into the system design of a platform that handles a lot of traffic as well as buy and sell orders all in real time. The sheer amount of data that is generated induces a high amount of complexity. Are you curious to find out how it all works behind the scenes? Join Scaler's free masterclass on system design of real-time stock trading platforms. Click on the link below to register.
One new notification.
ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಕ್ ಬ್ರಿಕ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗಾಗಿ ಕೇವಲ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ನ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ಹೋಮ್ ಲೋನ್ಸ್, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್, ಲೀಗಲ್ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಹ ಹಲವಾರು ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಕೂಡ ನೀಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಖಾತೆ ಹುಡುಕುವುದರಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಅದನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಾಗಿಸುವುದರವರೆಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಕ್ ಬ್ರಿಕ್ಸ್. ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಏನು ಸರಿ ಈಗ
Hey everybody, if you have a goal you're trying to accomplish, check out Udemy. Udemy is an online learning platform with thousands of courses. Any topic you want to learn. Plus the best part is that their courses are really, really affordable. You know, Udemy has thousands of courses in IT, programming, business, and more. In case you're curious to find out what I'm learning right now, web development, as well as Python and digital marketing. कितना सही नहीं है? यहाँ पर आप कितना कुछ भी सीख सकते हो when it's convenient for you. And Udemy offers a satisfaction guarantee on all their courses. So you can find that perfect instructor that fits your learning style. You know, whether you're working towards that big promotion or looking for a new job, Udemy can help you get there. Start learning today.
Market wizard Larry Benedict is
or Cossack. Shubham? Cossack. So in the meanwhile, I will request all the paper presenters to contact me for sharing their PPT. Once the session starts, after that, please share your PPT with me. So we'll start with our next talk. So our next is Vishwas Patil. He will be talking about evolving role of PKIs in facilitating trust over the internet. Dr. Vishwas Patil is a senior research scientist at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Bombay. His current work focuses on various research aspects in cybersecurity of critical infrastructure, privacy in linkable datasets, modern payment systems, blockchains. Biswas is a PhD from the University of Rome and is an alumnus of NIT Surat. NIT Surat. He has been associated with Tata Institute of Fundamental Research as a scientific officer and with A-Star Singapore as a scientist and as a security analyst with BNP Paribas Bank Singapore. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. At the back. Okay. So today we are going to talk about a couple of things related to PKI, of course. So what I'm going to take you through is what expectations the PKI was started, where it is, what are its some drawbacks, and what alternatives that people are trying to either complement or build a parallel to the PKIs. So this is the presentation about an open thing, that whether there should be only one technology or multiple technologies. So we'll come to that at the end. So first I'll cover the problems that current implementation of X509 has. And the task that X509 came up with is these four things that X509 protocol has to satisfy. It has to create the certificates, store them, distribute, and revoke. So that's called as certificate management. And in a wider term, it can be also termed as key management, because certificates are dealing with keys, public-private keys, the asymmetric key types. So this is nothing but a systematic step of things that one has to do if one has to deploy a PKI. So there are standards and people know how to deploy them. So there are private implementations, open source implementations, and they gel well with each other because of the standards. So a certificate is an analogy, a digital certificate is actually an analogy of the real world certificates that we have usually. So there is an issuer and there is a recipient. The issuer vouches for the recipient for particular things. But in 1988, when these standards were proposed, the intention was to vouch for someone's identity. So the identity could be So I can move now, right? So thing was to establish someone's public key that you want to widely distribute across the internet, so that with your private key, you can establish who you are. The invention of digital certificate came. And to distribute these digital certificates, this protocol came. So a digital certificate is nothing but a binding between an issuer and the recipient, and it is signed by the private key of the issuer. And such set of files are stored somewhere called X500 directory, and they are efficiently distributed across the internet. There could be more than one such issuers, and they are called as certificate authorities. And they issue something like this that is not legible, but in your browsers, you can open any certificate or SSL keypad. And if you see the certificate detail, you will see something like this. But this example is something typical in which what you are seeing is, this is an Amazon certificate, and Amazon has been issued a certificate and it shows who are its parents. So it has not been directly issued by a global CA like VeriSign, etc. But there are two intermediary, one intermediary CA. And this is a special certificate in which Amazon single key is not entrusted, but a range of names about Amazon like AWS, etc., etc., have been
authorized to represent as Amazon brand. So I don't know whether you can see this notation. Keep in mind this notation. This is nothing but a CA is talking about some entity. So this is a digital certificate. This is a notation for a digital certificate where someone is vouching for some identifier. So here it is Amazon. So we'll use this notation here onwards. So this is a standard component-wise view of a PKI infrastructure where there is a CA, there is a registration authority, there is a validating authority who gives the certificates to web servers, etc. And there is a user who wants to authenticate itself with the end user. So what we are doing over here, so I said digital certificate is an analogy of real world certificates. So here there is some real world user who wants to get a digital certificate so that with this digital certificates, this real world user can establish his or her identity across the internet. So there is a natural entity, and now we are converting this entity into a legal entity or a virtual entity. So this legal or virtual entity can go across the internet and establish its identity. In real world, with real certificates, we have limited jurisdictions. Jurisdiction means about the enforcement of law. Whereas here in the virtual world, the jurisdiction is across the world and laws are not the same across the geographies. In real certificates, we get the certificates usually from trusted anchors like governments. We elect them, we then derive the trust from them. Whereas for virtual world, we convert these credentials into some sort of representation or tokens, and then we start using them. So the question now I ask you is, since all of we use SSL certificates in our daily browsing life, when we open a browser and we see that whether some site is secure or not, by the way of looking at the symbol, whether it is green or gray or red, and at some point, we also see some additional characters beside the lock symbol. For example, if it is Microsoft website, it says Microsoft Corporation. Similarly for Google and other big players. So these are called extended validated certificates where they pay higher fees and the validator asks for some. Sorry, I'm not hearing. Don't close the speaker. Too close. Sorry. So if I come here, there is a problem. So I'll be here. So yeah, I was mentioning about extended certificates. So my question to you is, if assume you are getting a certificate by showing some additional proof and your certificate is getting green color, let's say, and that green color has some, let's say, everyone trusts that better, or you get some priority because you had that green color, then there is an incentive that you will provide whatever credentials are required to get such a certificate. And large corporations, usually in retail sector like Amazon, they do such an extended validation because they want their users to verify them better or trust them. Now the question is, assume we all are looking for extended validated certificates so that we get some privileges or elevated validation. So assume in India, if we are getting an extended validation certificate by showing our driving license, and in some other country where driving license is very strict, you have to actually drive the car, you have to actually follow certain things, and if you don't, then your card gets revoked. So in that country, also their citizen also get the extended validation certificate by showing their driving license. So question to you is which EV certificate is actually extended validated certificate, because the underlying certificate, the physical certificate that we are providing, is flawed in one geography and it is perfect in another geography. But over the internet, we are treating all these certificates as fine. Right? So this is the problem we are entering into. So PKI is meant for entity identification. It could be users, it could be devices, it could be softwares, anything. So we need entity authentication. So that's what PKI were invented for. But the problem is, in real world, we have laws related to geographies, but over the internet, we don't have such distinction. So we are going to talk about what people are doing to address such things. So here, in my presentation, all these green slides or green fonted slides are observations. So we are going to summarize them at the end. So first observation is we do not have uniform global criteria for identity. It could be for users or it could be for devices or softwares. And we are building digital identities for a global scale. So when a digital certificate is presented over the internet, this kind of flow happens between the verifier and the entity for which the certificate is being verified. So there is a root at the top and there is a certificate at the bottom, and iteratively whoever has issued the certificate and the issuer's issuer, that way the verification goes all the way to the root. So if you open up your browsers, any of these browsers, what you will see is there is a set of root certificates. They come pre-built in retail machines, but in private organizations, the organizations may decide to change them. So these are called root certificates. And if you want to verify a chain, you have to have a reference. And that reference is this set. And this set is called as root trust store. And usually in our mobile devices, operating systems, and browsers have different trust store. OS has different, mobiles have different. You'll be, it's worth opening these trust store and seeing what kind of certificates are there. And you will be, can you raise your hands if SHA-1 is still safe? No, right? So you'll be surprised to see there are still certificates, root certificates used using SHA-1, and they are still valid. So not all browsers, some browsers, at least Firefox has 2. So this is, and how many times do you open these certificates and check? So what I'm trying to highlight is we are trusting, not blindly, but we trust because we are not seeing any adverse impact on us. And we are finding that it's going fine. Your bank balance is as you expect and other things as you expect. You order, it comes. So there is no suspicion that you have. But, and this is how we humans get trained, and we start not investigating what is happening under the hood. As I said that there are at least 2 root certificates with SHA-1. Even I am surprised. While preparing this presentation, I came across this. And there could be some technical reasons behind that for some other entities, but not for general population. So we are trusting these electronic devices and softwares 100% for our online operation. And what is happening over here is in this figure, if Alice wants to speak with Emil, they have a path. If there exists a path through a common voucher, that is the root has vouched for org1, org2, and later on org1 has vouched for department 1 and Alice. So there exists a path from Alice to Emil, therefore they can speak with each other through some common intersection. Whereas Emil has, with this figure, Emil has 2 options to prove itself herself to Alice with two potential paths. What if in this situation Emil has only one path, though Emil has two certificates? The thing that we want to highlight over here is we don't check how our certificates are getting verified. Though Emil had two options to speak with, to authenticate with Alice, Alice never opens up the browser and checks with which root CA this certificate has been validated. Another thing that happens in PKI is cross certification. So the entities that are allowed to issue certificate, for example, here org1 and org2, they can issue certificates to each other, and that is called as cross certification. So here with that angle bracket notation, what you can see is these are two CAs, these are also CAs. If you see that they have issued certificates to each other. Whereas here, this cross certification example, X has been issued a certificate by its parent W, similarly Y. X has issued a certificate to parent, that's fine. And then X has issued a certificate to Z, which is another CA. And Z has issued a certificate to X. So these two CAs have issued certificates to each other, and this is called as cross certification. This is happening in the background. We never open up and check what is the chain looks like. So the claim I want to make is, and this is what you see, either green, red, or nothing, that the trust decisions in the current protocol that we use are binary. They either we get green color or we get red color. And that's all what we that's all we are trained to use the current PKI for security. And actually it was designed for authentication only, but later on it has been, currently we use even for authorization. We'll come to that. So we are making two observations. One is the decisions are binary, trust decisions. Second is the primary objective of X509 PKI was only authentication. That is, there is an issuer, there is a recipient, and the issuer is saying, I know this recipient. Therefore, if you trust me, you can believe this recipient. But with the propagation of IT in our daily life and in organizations, there are several instances where we require confidentially across devices, across network, which though under your control, but they require, and that's where we again need a PKI type of infrastructure that helps key management. So PKI is a digital certificate creator, store, issuer, and revoker. In a broader term, it is a key management system. So as we are entering into explosion of devices around us and penetration of IT in organizations, the role of key management is ever important. And we see instances of private PKIs doing key management for local jurisdiction. And we use several other secure systems that are not integrated with our browsers, but they are also PKIs. They are also at global scale, like banking, though MasterCard and Visa are root CAs, telecom, satellite TVs, and enterprise Wi-Fi's. So these are instances of X509 PKIs that are in practice. And with these examples, I want to highlight that authentication is used as an implied authorization. If you have this, you are authorized to do that, things like this. So the role of PKI from authentication has moved towards authorization in certain use cases, and it's And I'm not saying that it's going beyond that, but it has problems over there to move beyond that. And we'll come to, when we cover the alternatives, we'll discuss those things. So to summarize the role of PKI, PKI is an authentication system service provider, but we are using it for authorization also, and it has inherent problems in its steps, protocol steps. That is, in creation, it has issues. For example, this e-mudra, it allows you to get a certificate in India to file your digitally signed documents to the government. And it has two options. One, you pay 3,000-4,000 and you get a key pair issued, generated by e-mudra. The other option is 30,000-40,000, I guess, in which they give another two options. That is, either they will generate the key for you or you can submit the CSR to them. So how many of us really do this CSR business? No one. So it's always that the issuer is taking you for granted. It's not granted, but legally they are restricted somewhere. But this is a very key thing, that someone else is generating the keys for you, and that is becoming your identifier, for which the private key is potentially in the control of the generator. So how you create the certificate is also important. How you store the certificates is important. Distribution of certificates is problematic. If you see the browser settings, you will see that your browser may not be enabled for certificate validation for each site. So there is a protocol called OCSP, which mandates the browser to check a digital certificate for its validity at this point, and only if it is valid, the secure connection has to be established. And the problem with that is, if everyone starts doing that, then there is a huge load at the certificate distribution point. And with one certificate revocation, the whole thing requires a large amount of updates, because the millions of certificates are issued and they need to be maintained and told to their users which one is valid, which one is not valid. And revocation, the purpose is either through expiry or through some incident, the certificate should be revoked and should be mentioned in the CRL database. But there is a common practice in Android app development and many other software places like containers or Kubernetes, for to skip the complex part of key management, certificate management. People integrate with their code the keys. So this is called as certificate pinning or stapling. Okay, there are valid things, but this is deprecated now. But these are the issues that PKI has. So what people have been doing alternatively? So these problems are not that they are coming to fore these days. People are aware of these things, and people are aware of the way hierarchical PKIs has trust issues. So people tried alternatives like PGP. It is as old as X509, in which users A, B, C, if A knows B and B knows C, there is a high chance that B will introduce C to A. So it's up to A whether to trust C via B. There could be another path for A to reach C via D. So these kind of decisions end user has to make and write in its local key store, so that next time the end user wants to send an email or receive an email, a proper trusted value is or path is chosen. There is another effort around 2000 which is called as Spooky, in which instead of issuing a certificate to an explicit key, you can issue a certificate to a string. And that string can be later evaluated into keys. So for example, here with this, assume this CA has issued Amazon key, which is a traditional way of issuing X509 certificate. Whereas assume now we have the facility to define this string in which the subset are key 1, key 2, key 3, again strings like India, EU, USA, and AWS. For Amazon, it is very important, which has millions of devices under its control, and key management has to be extremely efficient, revocation has to be in real time. So for that purpose, they would like to, it's not practical for them to issue millions and delete thousands, something like that. But a nice way would be to segregate country-wise resources, service-wise resources, and whenever time requires, they can evaluate these strings into actual keys. If something has been deleted from Indian side, assume at this moment, and then we evaluate what is India is equal to, you will get the current value under India string. So that is the intention under Spooky, in which assume you delete key 1 and now evaluate what is Amazon, you will not get key 1 in the evaluation. So that way Spooky allows you to issue certificate which are valid for long time, because you have issued the certificate to a string, and that evaluation has to be done when you are using the certificate. So this way you save yourself from revocation. Someone else does the revocation. Whoever owns this string Amazon is responsible to do the revocation, and the certificates can stay for longer duration. So X509 is a hierarchical trust model where root is at the top and the end user is at the bottom, and the end user has no means to verify whether someone else is impersonating that end user's identity, because there is a chance that if there is a CA which has been hacked or compromised, the CA can issue a similar certificate for the end user, and there are instances that have happened in the past. So in its journey of almost 30-35 years, X509 has been extended 2 times. So currently we are using version 3, in which you are allowed to define additional attributes which you can mark either as critical or not critical. If it is critical, the user of the certificate must make use of these attributes. So that is the thing. So with this, a lot X509 or ITUT, the body behind it, tried to give a fresh lease of line or fresh what you say capability to X509 certificates to be more expressive, because until version 2 it was just a data structure which was stating this is the issuer, this is the receiver, and this is the validity period. Whereas in modern certificates you can get very useful extensions and also undesired problems because of those extensions. For example, in this example, this is an example with SAN certificate, which is subject alternative names, in which the certificate is issued, let's say google.com. It can say mail.com, doc.com, spreadsheet.google.com. All these subdomains are part of google.com. So instead of asking different certificates for all these domains, Google asks a single certificate to root CA, providing a list of such names. So this certificate is valid across all of its services. So that is SAN. Similarly, there is another option of star wildcard certificates, in which the left-hand side of the fully qualified domain name is under your control. We spoke about certificate pinning, right? So mobile apps, digitally signed softwares, hardware devices like Cisco devices, etc. They come pre-installed certificate which implicitly say that you must trust this hardware. And also a lot of IoT deployments fall under this. So alternatively, as I was mentioning about this X509 retrofits and the extensions to this protocol, there are other efforts like ETSI is doing. So people who joined the workshop on 7th of this conference, there was this discussion going on where ETSI representative was telling us that across EU, all the around 27 member states are providing their guidelines. For example, I gave you the example of driving license, right? So the equivalence of credentials across the geographic things, and they come to some understanding, some policy, and all these countries are then building a collaborative route or a trust anchor for European Union and trying to push this trusted list in the browsers so that there is no single point of failure. All 27 are responsible. They have negotiated what is trusted, what is not trusted, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, under what conditions when you are in a particular country. So this is called as trusted lists concept, which they are pushing to put in the trusted store where, for example, the browsers that we use. So again, in that presentation also, the question of equivalence was raised, which we discussed some time ago, about the driving license as a credential across geographies. Okay, so that is the thing that X509 does not allow us to play with. So it is a very rigid data structure. It has in version 3 some extensions, but again, the utility of those extensions is limited. For example, in 2009, we played with one extension in which we tried to import the benefits of spooky extended namespaces, like the string converting into actual keys. That extension we wrote for X509, and we showed that X509 can be extended for authorization, for actual authorization, not implied authorization. So apart from the extensions and the limitations that X509 has, X509 also came across some serious trust compromise issues in recent history. So DigiNotar, the root CA, got compromised in 2011, started issuing certificates for Gmail and targeted a particular country's users, and the hack was successful. So, and the targeted users had no clue whether they have been impersonated or being tricked into unwanted situation. So the thing with traditional root CA business is, if something in between gets hacked, you have no idea whether someone is impersonating you. So X509 community or the users of X509 community or the big users of the community like AWS, Cloudflare, Google, and some CA like DigiCert started this new service called Certificate Transparency, which is specified in RFC 6962. And the initiative is, if someone issues a certificate, it has to be time-stamped and it has to be told to 3 or more than 3 notaries in this certificate transparency initiative. So in this example, Cloudflare's Nimbus, Google's Argon, or DigiCert's Yeti. So what they do is they are open, they have open databases. If you participate in this project and if you issue a certificate, you have to send a copy to these databases. So these are open databases, you can query them, you can take a look at which are the certificates that have been freshly issued or revoked or amended. So if you have a doubt about a certificate, you can either go to CRLs, that is a perfect revocation information. And if you have a doubt whether someone is impersonating you and somehow that impersonated certificate has come to you, you can cross-check who has issued it. So this certificate transparency data can be padded with OCSP information. That's how currently it is being deployed. So it is a you may say this is a extension to X509 practices to safeguard the end users. What other researchers have been doing? So I'm going to propose 4 or 5 prominent ones, and one of those research proposals is the certificate transparency. So DANE is one such approach which relies on DNSSEC. So DNSSEC is taking control of your own domain through cryptographic means. So either you rely on X509 and then build your DNSSEC, or if you are a root CA, you are free to act like a CA. You can have your own key pair and start signing from the root downwards. So similar to X509 roots, there are roots in DNS protocol also. So DNSSEC is a protocol which ensures that your domain is not hijacked. And then is a approach in which it allows domain owners to specify which CA is allowed to issue a certificate for a particular resource. So assume if I have resources like web apps facing the internet or some other devices facing the internet, I can explicitly say, or particularly this is used for mail servers. So if I have a mail server which is listening on TLS port, and when it presents its certificate, it has the capability to also say that you should be looking for a certificate issued by blah 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 issuer. So that kind of explicit text records you can mention in the DNS record. Perspectives is another such approach. The analogy is there are notaries across the network, and these notaries are maintaining a copy of certificates which they have observed, and if there is a targeted deviation in certain portion of the network, it will be highlighted if you ask the notaries across the network whether they know this particular digital certificate that you are using. So it's nothing but the clock towers which you can refer to for credibility of the information. Convergence is an extension of perspective with the help of DEN or DNSSEC. And this is the one which got converted into the Certificate Transparency Initiative. So its full form is Multiple Endorsing Certificate Authority Infrastructure, which is nothing but that Cloudflare, Google, DigiCert, opening up their databases and listing append-only certificates to tell the world that which current certificates have been issued or amended or revoked. So these are the things that are being investigated in X509, either to mitigate the inherent flaws, architectural flaws it has, or the flaws that the administrators do with the infrastructure. So another thing that we are not very concerned about through this protocol is privacy. So every transaction, either through our mobile or browser, almost 90% traffic is encrypted now. That means it uses some sort of digital certificate. And in order to use that digital certificate, if your browser is enabled for OCSP, it is going to ask for its validity status with the CRL distributor. And when you do, if assume I'm opening my email, mail.google.com, whether the certificate is valid or not will be asked to the CRL. So the CRL knows at what time I'm asking this information. The CRL also knows at what time I'm asking it for Amazon.com. The CRL also knows for other browsing activities I do and at particular what time I do. So the OCSP servers have this huge log about the certificate users and the domains. So at what time and what domain someone is looking the information for is present in OCSP logs. So the observation is the OCSP logs at CRL servers have end user privacy violation potential. I'm saying potential because so far there is, the good thing about X509 protocol is, and the reason behind we still continue with this protocol is, this is the service mostly given by private enterprises across the world. And these are the legal entities who take the ownership of their actions. So if, for example, RBI, when it mandates its banks that they must use blah, blah bit number, bit sized certificates or some particular algorithms, they go and ask a CA for these certificates. So entities are exporting their accountability obligations to someone, but it is a obligation. Someone has to do that. So the CAs are in business because they legally give this in writing that if something goes wrong, they are responsible for those things. So we haven't seen any privacy violation of such logs, is probably because they are not supposed to do, or they are not supposed to monetize these logs, etc. Another observation is the recent certificate transparency initiative, which we just spoke about, the Cloudflare Google DigiCert initiative. It exposed identifiers of internal resources of organizations that were supposed to be private. So this is negligence on the user side. So it's not protocol's flaw. So the service, the certificate transparency is supposed to log whatever comes to it. So can we avoid trusted third parties? So this is another approach that people have tried, in which what they do, they rely on X509 initially, and at some point they agree and generate a sovereign key, and that becomes the root anchor. So that they declare that that is the root of their trust, that point onward. So that is, this initiative is based on DNSSEC, and it also maintains a append-only data structure. So there are parallels between the blockchain ledgers, which are also append-only data structures, and this initiative. And it tries to check whether PKIs can be avoided, or the trusted third parties can be avoided. So it is a consortia kind of model. There are several such models. For example, Ripple blockchain, which is again a consortia-based validation model. So a proposal is floated around the world. People join that idea, and then they take the ownership of that idea, and they are in control of the trust for that particular protocol. Alternatives to X509 were there, are there, and still people are exploring every day different ways to handle authentication and authorization. X509 primary job is authentication, but we use it for authorization also. X509, despite its flaws, is in business because it gives some sort of legal guarantees to its end users. Whereas the other alternatives, we don't see such a thing. Otherwise, X509 would be under what you say, it could be replaced if someone gets such a service. But for authentication, we know Kerberos protocol, we know OAuth, we know OpenID. So these initiatives also exist, but they are not part of our day-to-day transaction the way X509 is prevalent for key management. So if you see, in past 2 years of pandemic, etc., the work from home and the demand for VPNs or the cloud infrastructure, etc., things have drastically changed, and there is a huge demand of IT infrastructure to be deployed. And someone says that 61% of companies are deploying more cryptographic keys and digital certificate. And it's not a surprise that these numbers are going to get increased with the advent of IoTs and other things, and Kubernetes kind of Docker containerization kind of approach, where earlier only one machine was handling one application. Now hundreds of small containers are responsible for such softwares. So several open source and proprietary protocols, or you can say platforms, are available. Some of them are here, but some of the interesting platforms that are coming to questions the dominance of X509's authentication service is the blockchain-based frameworks. So Hyperledger Indy is one such initiative, Sovereign is another, and WWW Consortia's DID and verifiable credential is another such systematic initiative in which they allow us how to write identifiers, not only for users, but resources, services, etc., how to interpret them and how to verify them, how to take ownership of our organization's namespace, etc. So these are systematic ways, kind of very close to the way X509 protocol operates. But the drawback of X509 protocol is it was designed at a time when the requirements were simple, and we have entered into an time arena in which the requirements are so ephemeral or so short-lived and so conditional that it is difficult to express all these policies in certificates. So the question is, can we think of something in between? So X509 is great as a backbone for key distribution, but poor in specifying policies for those keys, where it should be used and etc. kind of things. So blockchain-based protocols like the ones that I mentioned and many others are filling up this space of expressiveness, where you can write smart contracts, you can say which resource should be available to which end user at what, under what conditions, either payment or conditions. So these are the things that we are seeing around in this business of authentication and authorization. So coming back to the question of privacy, so X509 and the certificate transparency, I mentioned the logs have the potential to violate end users' privacy. What happens in a blockchain-based platform, which are typically open or semi-permissioned platforms, where the policies, the credentials, the conditions, all are open. So it is a transparent way of expressing your policies. So we cannot criticize it as a privacy violation because we have expressed it that way, knowing that these are open systems. And the advantage of blockchain-based platform is you can maintain your own local ledger and you can query it locally. So to ask something, you don't need to go out, which is the case with CRLs. So the issue of privacy remains. So this question of whether we can have something in between X509, which is rigid, and something flexible. So we tried to address this question in one of our paper titled Trust Management for E-Transactions. And we named this proposal as FlexiACL, in which we allow the end user to write policies like this. So this is a skeleton of a policy in which we are mentioning that there are two ACL blocks and the quorum is set to 1. What does this mean? the one who wants to satisfy this policy has to either satisfy block 1 or block 2, at least one. So that is the meaning of quorum is set to 1. If quorum is equal to 1 is not mentioned, you must satisfy both the blocks. So we provide a language. You can use these constructs of our language and write expressive policies. So now let's get into the individual rules that one can use to write a policy. So the example of the rules could be things like this. So there will be a type of the rule, like on this slide, you are seeing 3 types of the rules. One is spooky, one is TCP/IP wrapper, one is a plain token, something like ERC20 in Ethereum. But this paper is written in 2005. Okay, so at that time we coined this notion of cryptographic tokens, which can be offline verified and can be used as a proof. So in this example of rules, the first rule says if it is of type spooky, and it says my collaborators can delegate a permission. So who are my collaborators? My collaborators is a string. The actual keys are not mentioned. So if you want to evaluate the actual keys for this, you have to if you read the spooky protocol, in which the facility of evaluating strings into keys is given. So we make use of that. So that is the example of spooky. The second example might be very common for you, which is of TCP/IP wrapper. On a Linux machine, in a host.allow or host.deny, we write such wrapper rules and which decides which type of IP address traffic can reach your machine. So in this, subnet 16 for this particular IP range is allowed to access this service. So the other type of access control mechanisms that we use in our day-to-day life can be incorporated into this language called FlexiSCL. You can build blocks, you can write quorums on top of blocks, and that way this flexible expression of authorization policies can be written. So to recap, the observations that we made were, we do not have a uniform global criteria for identity representation. So that's the problem we have with X509 digital certificates. We treat all certificates as equal over the internet. But in the background, these certificates are obtained with different credentials. And we are building a digital identities for global scale. In X509, trust decisions are binary. Authentication is the primary task of PKI, but we use it for authorization also. And so with these observations, the question that for which we don't have answer, and that's why we keep on coming across several new proposals for authentication and authorization, either based on blockchain or some other consortia based initiatives. So PKI is someone, when I was reading, is like a bicycle which needs repair, but you can't stop and you can't repair when you are driving it. So we have come to this stage. PKI is showing signs of fatigue because we are expecting that it should do more work beyond authentication and authorization, but it cannot. It was designed for something else. And the other technologies do not command this kind of rooted trust, means what PKI has built over past 35 years. So the question still remains open, and we have discussed the potential of our framework in building such a trust management service. So FlexiSCL is our language using which you can express policies for trust management which is based on PKI and other access control rules which you can use. So with this, I thank you all for listening to this talk.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I will request Dr. Balaji to felicitate the speaker. Yes, sir, sure. So we'll start with the paper presentations. So our first paper presentation theme is PKI in IoT environment. And the session moderator will be Dr. KK Sondra Pandian from the Office of CCA.
Thank you, Anup. Let's start the paper presentation with the theme of PKI public infrastructure in IoT environment. This session would be very much interesting how the PKI solution is going to interact with the IoT devices. So as all you know, the IoT is going to be a big, massive impact towards the today's environment. How the security, because as of now, no IoT device is secured. So how do we want to integrate the PKI solution into the IoT device? So that's a challenging as well as a remarkable research which is still going on. So let's hear of the speakers with the different participants from other areas of research. I call upon Mr. Improved PKI Certificate Lifecycle Management with Centralized Device Management for Industrial IoT. The author is Ashwin Krishnan, Satish Rajender, and Sunil Kumar.
Hi, sir. I'll be
They're online.
presenting
They're
it
joining. You know? Huh?
Yeah, I'll be presenting online, sir.
Over to the author.
Hello. Hello, I hope my screen is visible and I'm audible.
Hello, Mr. Ashwin.
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
15 minutes. Okay, stick to the time.
Yeah, sure. Sure, sir. Okay, so I'll start off. Good afternoon, everyone. So I shall be presenting a paper on improved PKI certificate lifecycle management with centralized device management for industrial IoT scenarios. I'll be quickly going through the significance of the topic, a short overview of what the PKI architecture looks like, and also the proposed system that we are bringing forward, the implementation and the results as well. So, we all know that IoT systems are prone to attacks of various nature, and that the processing capabilities of these IoT devices restrict the use of many resource-intensive security techniques to be implemented on them. So, however, with the onset of devices that have edge capabilities, it is possible to extend the security techniques applied on system with better computational capabilities on these devices as well. So we know that the PKI is a quite popular architecture, but there have been multiple instances of the PKI being compromised because of compromised certification authorities. Even popular certification authorities like DigiCert, DigiNote, or Komodo and all have faced situations wherein their keys were compromised and certificates were issued to different authorities, and they were into the system, and it took a lot of time in order to identify that these certificates were in fact not valid. So now I'll just quickly go through a brief overview about the PKI workflow. So basically, it involves the creation of public-private key pair, the generation of either certificate signing request or the certificate as a whole, and the certificate will be signed either by any known certification authority, or it can be a self-signed certificate as well. So that certificate is used to further for further transactions. And under the event of the certificates getting expired, there is a provision to renew the certificates using either the same key pair, or either there is a provision to generate a new public-private key pair and then generate a new certificate. So the revoking comes into picture when a certain certificate is invalidated before the expiry period. Under such a situation, the certificate needs to be revoked, and it should not be allowed for any further transactions. And like there are multiple means of doing that, but one popular means of doing that is by using certificate revocation list. So this is a basic overview of PKI. Now coming to the proposed system. So the proposed system gives a means of overcoming the drawbacks of traditional PKI. One major drawback of traditional PKI, wherein even if the certification authority's keys are compromised and the fake certificate is given out to any other person, it cannot be brought into the system in an industrial IoT scenario. This whole system is based on an industrial IoT scenario. So there are existing decentralized solutions as well using blockchain to overcome these shortcomings. But however, they are quite resource intensive on the device. So this system basically makes use of the additional device management server, which is quite common in industrial IoT scenarios wherein a large number of asset management is required. So that particular server can be used in order to bring in an additional security check over here. So quickly going, the device, in order to automate the provisioning and renewal flow, the device will be put in with a bootstrapping service, which will be a system service running on the background. I'll just give a brief overview of what will happen. It will basically check for a particular configuration file, and if it is present, the configuration file basically deals with what all values need to be populated into the X509 certificates, the state of the device as well as the expiry and all. So once the configuration file is found, then it just checks whether it is in provision state. If yes, it checks whether it is in expired state or not. So if it is expired, if it is not provisioned, it checks whether the public private key should be generated on the device, and whether the CSR, the certificate signing request, should be sent to the signing authority. If not, it directly requests the signing authority to generate both the private public key as well and the certificate. And once the certificate is received, it stores the certificate into the device. If the device has any hardware TPM or anything enabled, that can also be integrated. Currently in Raspberry Pi, this whole thing was tested on a Raspberry Pi, so no, there is no integrated hardware TPM, even though external modules are available. So this is the scenario of provisioning. And in case the device is in expired state, then it again requests the server for getting a new certificate, and the rest of the things are as similar to the provisioning flow. So now coming to the provisioning server. So as soon as the bootstrapping service requests for provisioning, the server checks whether the device is in already provision state. If not, it generates the key pair and certificate and signs it using the private key, or it accepts the certificate signing request generated by the device and signs the certificate and sends back the same. It also generates the serial hash of the serial number. I mean, it generates the serial number based on the current time, and it can, and an additional secret that can be added. And it generates the hash of the serial and it sends to the device management server. So on receiving a success response from the device management server, it sends back the certificate data to the bootstrapping device. This is the role of provisioning server during provisioning flow. So now coming to the device management server during the provisioning flow, as soon as it receives the hash serial, it is stored in a secured location. So now the device is ready for further transactions. So now during further transactions, the flow of that happens in the device management server is like this. All of the transactions to the cloud are routed via the device management server in order to get this additional security done. So during any incoming connection, the workflow is as shown. It just, so first of all, it checks whether the certificate is valid and whether it is in the revoked list or not. And if it is not there in the revoked list, it will basically fetch the serial and calculate. It will like there is a the device management server also has a database that stores in the details, which is basically used for asset management. So even though a device is provisioned, it is not yet ready for transactions. The device has to be tagged as a valid one by oncoming connections from other devices for it to be in this system. So whenever any other device requests for a connection, the serial of the last provision device is generated based on the serial is calculated based on the time, and then that hash is compared to the hash that is stored in the device management server. And only if that hash is found to be same, then that device will be tagged as valid. So in short, it can be told like, yeah, after the provisioning of a device, the oncoming request for transaction from other devices validates the last provision device. In this way, the advantage is like we don't need to have a list of all the serial, or we don't have to store a list of all serial serial numbers of the devices that have been provisioned or not. Just the last serial can be used, and once it is validated, it can be taken off, and it can be, it is to ascertain that this particular device was provisioned in the normal flow that is supposed to happen in that particular factory. So that is the role of just storing the last serial number of the device. So the advantage that it brings forward is like, even if I add in any new device to the list, without the proper positioning flow that was described earlier, it will be termed invalid and it won't be able to proceed further in any of the transactions. And another thing, any other certificate coming into the picture, it will go through the same validation. And as soon as, if it is not present inside the device management server database, it is straight away rejected. If it is present inside the device management server database, and if it is valid, only in that scenario further transactions are approved. So it kind of overcomes the issue wherein any certificate authority which has been compromised and it gives out a certificate to any person who is planning to snoop in, it prevents the use of that certificate for further transaction. So that is the scenario while provisioning. Now, the renewal as well as revoking is straightforward, like normal PKI. As soon as the bootstrapping service requests for the renewal of the certificate, again it checks whether a new private public key needs to be generated or whether the same thing can be used, and it just signs and generates the certificate. The same status is updated to the device management server to be updated onto the database as well. And in case a certificate needs to be revoked, it is directly stored into the revocation list inside the device management server via device management server. So this since the flow in any oncoming transaction, as I had discussed before, is via the device management server, and the oncoming transaction validates the last provisioned device, and only once the status is valid, only then further transactions are allowed for that particular device. This particular implementation was done on a Raspberry Pi, and the provisioning server was run on a Linux-based machine. Same is the case of the device management server. The MongoDB was used in order to behave as the device management server database. And since we were a OPC-based simulator was developed in order to demonstrate the data sending. And since it is a real-time data, InfluxDB, which is a real-time database, was used in order to store the data and show them as well. So the results are somewhat like this. This is an X509 certificate. There is no additional fields or anything added. It is plain like the normal X509 certificate. This is the configuration file that the bootstrapping service will be looking for. It basically contains all the data, like the data that has to be populated into the X509 fields, the validity, same. And this is the data stored in the device management server database over here. Like the last device was just added into the database directly without provisioning through the provisioning flow, just to demonstrate the purpose. And this core is nothing but the amount of successful validations done to the total ratio of the successful validations done to the total number of requests. Anything less than 100 means the device is invalid. So this is the output. The OPCA simulator just simulating the pressure temperature of a pump based on a data set was just done in order to show, demonstrate the real-time functioning. So this is the output on the Influx DV. So I just have a small demo video. I'll just quickly share that as well. Over here, we are placing the configuration file inside the location. This particular configuration file will be searched by the bootstrapping service. This is the contents of the file that was shared in the slide as well. So the bootstrapping service will check every 5 minutes for this particular file, and only if this file is present, it will go on with the provisioning flow. So just waiting for the bootstrapping service to pick it up. This is the PEM formatted certificate, X509 PEM formatted certificate that was returned by the provisioning server. Now I'll just show the database. It's a very basic UI just to show the contents of the database. So over here, even though the device has been provisioned, the validity check has not been done. It will be done only on the incoming connections. So this is from another device that is already provisioned, so that it will validate the other device. So I'm just running a OPCA client. The server is already running on the Linux machine. So since this device was provisioned in the factory flow, it shows this status as valid. This is the InfluxDB. This is the cloud database of the InfluxDB. The screenshot of whatever I had mentioned over here. It just gives out two data points: the pump, the pressure, and the temperature, and the timestamp associated with it. This is the data. We started it a little while back only, so the data points are less. Okay, now I'll be over here. I'll be just manually changing the expiry of this inside this particular JSON file, just so that the bootstrapping service assumes that the certificate is expired and it requests the provisioning server for the renewal. The expiry is basically stored as post time. This is a previous time post time. Now again, in another 5 minutes, it will check for the same, and people just waiting for it to check and pick it up. Now, as you can see, the expiry time has been changed manually, which means it has picked up. It has requested for a renewal. It got the certificate and it updated the expiry field over here in this particular configuration file. Now, this is the new PEM formatted certificate that was generated. I know it is difficult to compare. And the status is also updated inside the device management server database. Now, I have revoked a particular certificate. I'm going to revoke a particular certificate over here. The all the APIs for revoking, renewing, and provisioning and all are present inside the provisioning server. It is basically a Flask server having the APIs hosted. So now I have revoked a particular certificate, and now we'll try to run the OPC client by using the revoked certificate and check the response from the device management server. It straight away invalidates the certificate because this particular serial number is present inside the revoked list. So that was it. Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Hello.
Thanks for presenting your research paper. I hope, is there any queries from this or feedbacks from the audience? Mr. Ashwin, there's one question. So you mentioned
Yes.
in your paper that PKI certificate lifecycle management is centralized device management for IoT,
Yes.
industrial IoT. So in
Yes,
what
sir.
factor is there any middleman attack or any security analysis has been done?
So security analysis as of now has not been done. This is a proof of concept that was tried out and demonstrated as here. No security attack analysis has been done as of now.
Okay, so when the POS has been done, you have to analyze the in along with these attacks as well. So enhance your search so that
Yes.
can also be useful for the community. Okay.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other queries? Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Ashwin. May I
Thank you.
call upon the next speaker, the paper PK for IoT using DNS infrastructure. Mr. Balakrishnan, Ibrahim Ayob, and Anupe. Hampo, sorry. You are? Oh, yeah, please.
Thank you.
Where is your paper? Mail. Do you have it currently in pen drive also?
May I call upon the next presenter for the paper towards automated PK trust transfer for IoT. The author, Joel, Mr. Martin Sahed. Can you join?
Okay, well, I need
Hi, Joel.
to
Can you share your
my,
presentation, please?
you need to enable screen sharing then. Currently, screen sharing is, let's see, hang on.
From your end. Full screen?
Yes, yes, I need to set it up since.
Yeah, over to you.
So, do you see it properly? let's see. I need 1 more minute to, sorry. I need 1 more minute to set up the screen sharing properly on my side. Since I wasn't prepared to do it exactly now. Just 1 more minute. Okay. So, yes, welcome to this presentation of towards automated PKI trust transfer for IoT. And this is work done by me, Joel Höglund, and my supervisor, Shahid Raza, both at RISE, and Martin Fudehed at Nexus. And we have already heard many interesting talks about that touches upon PKI and IoT.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Joel.
Yes?
Can you make a full screen?
Oh, so yeah, that's sorry. I need to then. Is this better? Do you now see the full screen mode?
No.
Wait. I'm sorry. So yes, I'm sorry for the delay. Let me see. Yes, this is.
The top on the 4th button.
Well, let's
F5.
see.
Yes, you can press F5.
I'm sorry. I wasn't exactly ready to present since I was at the last slot. I was not completely ready yet. And now I can't get back to
the top left corner.
Yes. There we go.
Yeah.
So
now, can you share your screen?
Yeah, but the fact is, I need to start the presentation first. Otherwise, you will not get the full. Let's see. And let's see. Now I should have the possibility to share the target screen. And so is it correct now?
Perfect.
Yes, I'm sorry for the delay. It's this with multiple screens, it's always a bit of a hassle. So, okay, back to the agenda. And we have already heard many interesting talks about both the needs for new crypto algorithms and for questioning the PKI system in general. And this, I believe, fits nicely into and addresses some of these issues. In a nutshell, let's see. In a nutshell, I will be presenting how the control of an IoT device can be securely transferred between different service providers using standard-based technologies and a minimum of human intervention. And there will be some little background, but I will skip most of it since we are short on time and we have heard through the previous talks most of this material since before. But let's quickly step through the material. And starting specifically with our challenges. IoT deployments are often tied to single service providers as of now, and this creates vendor lock-ins and risks blocking development when for the big rollout of IoT for critical services if the IoT owners are not certain that they will be able to get the proper support for their deployments. And in fact, even though it might be already theoretically possible, there are no practical solutions to securely switch service providers because of administrative and economical thresholds stemming from the manual labor involved. So what we are trying to do, to find a minimal procedure in terms of manual intervention to securely shift the operation of one IoT device from one service provider to another. But to do this, we need to be aware of the general challenges revolving PKI for IoT. And as mentioned, I will step through them briefly since we heard most of it already before. Scale is one. This is well known by all in the audience, I hope. And for IoT, of course, still resource constraints. One can argue they are becoming more powerful. And yes, that's very important because this means we can use also asymmetric crypto operations. But because of cost and energy constraints, there is always the need to be as efficient and as constrained as possible to be able to use the cheapest available hardware that meets the security requirements. And this is a bit for fun, but it's illustrating that it is a jungle out there. There are many services, many standards which are now evolving relevant to the IoT field. But it's a very heterogeneous landscape that takes time and energy to navigate. But this is the direction that must be pursued if one wants to have actual industry impact, to go for the standards that we believe to be relevant for the upcoming future. And as we see the last couple of years, we are now getting fundamental building blocks in place when it comes to IoT security. And this goes both for the lower level actual crypto algorithms available, the encodings of the protocols, and more higher level services such as actually being able to do certificate enrollment also for IoT constrained devices. So looking at the problem scenarios, to actually shift the control from one service provider to another, in practice, this means that an IoT device which was previously in the in the PKI realm of one service provider belonging to one certificate authority might need to switch completely to another branch belonging to another certificate authority. And a protocol that should be generic must handle all these different possibilities. So this is also then to illustrate some of our assumptions. An IoT device needs to have a factory certificate which is believed to be valid for the lifetime of the device. And that, of course, must be issued by some CA which is believed to be around for a long time and not just going in or out of business. But this certificate should be extremely limited in terms of reach. It should basically only be used for initial authentication to do the enrollment operations. To actually have an operational certificate, it should have another certificate with more powers or more fine-tuned settings to grant IoT device the specific rights it should have within a specific organization. And all this needs to be taken care of if the control is to be transferred from one service provider to another. So, one moment. So with all this in mind, let's look at some of the security requirements that such a protocol needs to fulfill. And these are, of course, in a way, standard requirements for most secure protocols, but it's important to state them clearly to make it whole also for this transfer protocol. It should not be possible to impersonate any legitimate device or any other involved party. It must not be possible to replay captured messages and get undesired side effects. And here we come to what we are actually talking about, switching between two entities. And both forward and backward security are highly relevant, that the other party should not get access to any of the data that is not intended to be shared by the other party. So, but this is not enough for IoT. We must also be explicit with some non-functional requirements in order for this to be actually feasible and usable in practice. And those are, of course, automatization, to minimize the human intervention, and to be sufficiently resource efficient. And for industry usage, it must be either building upon existing or proposed, believed to be standard solutions. So where does it fit in a IoT lifecycle? This could be a long talk in itself, but here is a quick overview of the IoT lifecycle blocks. And it starts, of course, with a customer having actual needs, which needs to be negotiated. So this is basically to highlight that there are also manual contractual agreements in terms of that the owner needs to encode the desire that a service provider must be able to perform these kinds of operations. That is basically to say that, yes, they need to provide support for this protocol. Otherwise, it would not be feasible to retrofit it. We have already talked about enrollment to actually get the operational certificates, and thereafter to be a normal entity within the owners and service providers domains. And here, of course, it could stay for the entire IoT lifetime if the owner and customer is happy with the service provided. But it might be the case that at some point the owner decides to actually request a change of operator. And this is where our protocol comes into play. And then based on the previous agreement, there must be then links established between the previous service provider and the next in line who is about to take over the control. And I won't go into the exact details of all of these exchanges, but some of the main take-home messages is that through the use of certificates and a public key infrastructure, it is possible to securely transfer the identities of the new identities, which should now transfer from the realm of service provider 1 to the realm of service provider 2. And this, besides sharing the actual factory certificates, we also highlight some of the other messages in terms of transfer message and update info list. Let's have a little look at those as well. So this is in the device update info. Here we also propose another reference to upcoming standards, because if the device is actually to be kept live and running for this transfer operation to happen, it's extremely important that the new receiver knows exactly what software will be running on the device. And one way of solving this is by references to the suit manifest protocol way of handling software versioning. So this is still a work in progress in the suit working group, but this we believe to be the relevant for the future way of actually pinpointing software versions on IoT. And then the message that actually will be sent to the IoT device will be a specific transfer message with the updated fields needed. So for instance, optionally to do remote attestation, and possible then for software specific updates, and the most crucial one, where to go to do the new enrollment with a potentially new certificate authority. And these messages then are signed by the agreed service provider keys and can be validated by the IoT device before they take any action. So this is then again to show that the transfer message, after the validation of the transfer message, the IoT device will reset to a agreed software state. It will potentially do participate in remote attestation, and then it will re-enroll with a new certificate authority to get a new operational certificate. And once this is successfully completed, the transfer of trust is done, and it is now a functional member of the service provider 2 realm. So let's look at our feasibility study, because again, to be feasible for IoT, this must be possible to do with limited overhead. And all of these messages involved, which goes actually to the IoT device, are in total smaller than just a regular DTLS-based certificate handshake. So it's clearly something which is affordable in terms of messaging. And same with the computational overhead for devices that are capable to perform asymmetric crypto for the handshake. This is just one extra signature verification for the crucial transfer message. And we have, in our test implementation, we are reusing the crypto libraries that are still needed, or anyhow needed, for doing the ad hoc session establishment and for OSCORE application layer security. But here is also a good opportunity to highlight that, yes, our solution could work with DTLS-based security, but we are strongly advocating the more lightweight and more customizable application layer security solutions that are now becoming mainstream for IoT, because they have in total both lower memory overhead, if done properly, and lower computational overhead, and can also reduce the messaging sizes. So we have done an initial security requirement analysis to check that with our setup, since the end-to-end communication will be encrypted using mainly OSCORE as our main proposal. And this is a good reference then to a previous speech that, yes, we are assuming authentication equals authorization for some of these operations, that if the IoT device is capable of authenticating itself, it can then be authorized to be part of this protocol. Plus, of course, the explicit sharing of factory certificates between some of the server endpoints. This together prevents any impersonation attacks. And with the used protocols, there will be sequencing numbers that will prevent man-in-the-middle attacks and will make replay attacks detectable. And as long as the enrollment is successful, the re-enrollment with the new certificate authority, there is no way to break forward security. And when it comes to backward security, that of course depends on what the node will keep in its software state. So it's up to the initial service provider to actually decide themselves which software they will leave running and how potential company secrets should be deleted before the transaction happens. Okay, so those were the security requirements. And most of this is basically already answered in the feasibility study, but it's worth highlighting that in today's ecosystem, individual certificates are on the costly side. So there is still the need to push more and more optimization to make these kind of scenarios economically feasible for hundreds and thousands of devices. And when it comes to resources, that's the feasibility study. And finally, when it comes to standards, all this has been built with standard building blocks.
Joel, sorry to disturb you. Can you make it fast?
Yeah, this is the end. Yes. So this is wrapping up, saying that we are now proposing a modular protocol for secure trust transfer using existing and upcoming standards. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for delivering such a wonderful talk. Is there any queries from the audience side? Yeah, Professor Shyam Sundar has some queries. Sir, please, Mike.
I have a question. Is the IoT requires a delegate? IoT, will it require as a delegate operation?
So the delegation. No, this is done using end-to-end assumptions.
This one is being done parallelly, so he is getting confused.
Sorry?
I wanted to know, one is if the IoT can be decentralized in giving certificates, or IoT has the capability to delegate its role, then what happens?
So we are not really addressing the issue of delegation. We are assuming that the certificate authorities are capable of interacting directly with the IoT devices. And but there are ways of delegating, for instance, some of the CA capabilities directly to the service provider. And this should work without changing the assumptions for the protocol, but we have not done it explicitly.
Joel?
Yes,
These two libraries, EDOC and OSCORE, have you developed? It's an open source.
Some of the modules are open source. Our actual protocol is not yet released as open source. We are looking into ways of actually doing formal verification for part of it. So we hope to release at least part of it. But currently, several of the modules are available through the Contiki operating system, but not the actual protocol. But we are looking into it for the future.
If you say there's a replay attack resistance is possible in the combination of TLS, DLTS, and OSCORE, then what is the other combination you have been tried out for the resistance?
No, so the two combinations I was mentioning is either TLS plus DTLS, which is kind of the older and in a way more available, but also more resource heavy. The one we are proposing is TLS for internet-based server-to-server plus OSCORE and ad hoc when it comes to the IoT devices. Those are the two setups.
I hope you have a long journey to carry out the further attacks.
The further attacks? I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
You have a long journey to carry out further more attacks resistance, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not really getting the question.
No, I'm saying it. There are some more attack has to be resistance, so that you have to combination of all other crypto libraries has to be carried out. So that is still lagging.
So there are, but we are in verifying the point-to-point connections one by one to see that they all hold. But I would be happy to discuss either offline or if you have some more specific.
No specific, but still there are more resistance to attack has to be carried out. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll call upon the next speaker. for the PKI for IoT using DNS infrastructure.
Thank you. So my name is Santosh Balakrishnan, and I work at AFNIC. It's the NIC for France, the Network Information Center. So the presentation from me is PKI for IoT using the DNS infrastructure. So in the test implementation that we have done, we had this motivation that whatever we do should be open standards, it should be feasible, and can we solve the problems of the constrained IoT devices and networks. So as you know, 99% of the internet communication, the first thing is the DNS. DNS is the domain name system. So when you type www.afnic.fr, the first thing is that the domain name is converted to an IP address. To get the IP address, you go to the DNS server. And then with the IP address, you connect to the web server and you do the TLS handshake for encrypted web communication. So in this scenario, we have two governance structures. One is the registry for the DNS, and the other is a certificate authority. So there are two different governance structures in a single communication. So what we are trying to do is that, will we be able to use only one governance structure, that is the DNS and its ecosystem, to provide security in IoT? So I'm taking an example. The example is LoRaWAN. LoRaWAN is long-range wide area network. Why did we take LoRaWAN? LoRaWAN is one of the most constrained IoT networks. Here we are talking about data that is communicated in 50 bytes, 100 bytes, etc. So our hypothesis is that if our hypothesis works in LoRaWAN, it should work in all IoT. So that's why we took the LoRaWAN example. So if you see here, we have on the left side the IoT device and the IoT network. That's what we call the RF space, radio frequency space. And from the gateway to the internet, it's the IP space. So there is no constraintness, but in the radio frequency space, there is constraintness. So what normally happens here is that they use symmetric keys. So the keys have to be shared prior to the communication to have encrypted communication end to end. So there are two issues. What is the issue? So for example, if you see in the manufacturer end, they create thousands of IoT devices in batches, and they inject these keys and they give it to the people to distribute. So these keys have to be shared prior to the communication to different stakeholders. So we have operators, distributors, authentication operators, system integrators, etc., etc. So normally this key sharing is a big issue. So what currently they do is that either they send these keys via mails or they stick it behind the devices. So these are all unsecured way of sending these keys. So that's why we wanted to see whether we could do the asymmetric public key infrastructure for this IoT communication. So the issues other than key sharing, what we have here is that the IoT devices are constrained. The network is constrained. There are no availability of CA libraries. We saw in the Vishwas Patel, Dr. Vishwas Patel presentation, there's a trust store in our web, Firefox, etc., etc., that we don't have in the IoT network stack. And another thing is that the certificate authorities comes with a cost. Here in LoRaWAN, we are talking about like 100 rupees per year service. So you cannot have certificates that you buy and use in IoT scenarios. Then what else is that there is a closed security infrastructure, and there are private IoT vendor lock. Scalability is an issue. bootstrapping trust is an issue. In the web, we have the certificate authorities. Here, you don't have that. So there are multiple issues in IoT. So our objective is to see whether we can use the DNS existing infrastructure. So as I said in the motivation, we are looking at only open internet standards. So we looked at DNSSEC. So DNSSEC, already Dr. Vishwas Patel given a brief intro. It tries to have security in the first communication that we saw in the first slide, that is the DNS resolution. You have a chain of trust, so you cannot attack or what we say, you cannot overcome this communication by having one server being misused. You have to change all these different servers in this chain of trust. So that's what DNSSEC helps in the DNS resolution. Then the second thing is that DANE also, Dr. Vishwas Patel presented, DANE is DNS authentication of named entities. It is RFC 6698. DANE was developed at the IETF after the problem of DigiNotar. So the issue is that if one rotten apple here, if one certificate authority is compromised, we are able to compromise the complete web communication. So how to reduce this attack surface? So to reduce this attack surface, DANE gives a solution where you can have a fingerprint of the certificate in the DNS. And so that when a web communication happens, when the TLS handshake, you get the digital sign certificate and you verify the digital sign certificate in the DNS. So that's how DANE reduces the attack surface. So this is how it happens. This is a DANE resource record in the DNS. So the right side, you see this fingerprint, the hash, that is the hash of the digital publicly digitally signed certificate. So when the communication happens and the digital certificate is received by the client, it looks this certificate with the TLSA resource record in the DNS and validates only with the signed certificate that is in the DNS. So that's how the attack surface is reduced. So we have DNSSEC DANE that enables security in the communication. So the conference is PKIA for applications. So how will it be applied in an application scenario? So here we are seeing a roaming scenario, IoT roaming scenario. So this is based upon eduroam. If you have heard about eduroam, I'm not sure, but eduroam is in European universities. What happens is that if you have a login password in one university, you can use the same login password in any other university all over Europe. I think even in the US. I'm not sure if it is there in India. Yeah. So there we use the DNS and the radius protocol to get this secured communication, even if you are outside your own campus. So could we do that in IoT? So that was the application that we tried. We presented it at the GIANT network conference. So GIANT is the conference of the education research networks in Europe, and the idea was accepted. So what we do here is that, can we use DNS infrastructure for IoT roaming security? That's what we are trying to apply here. So we had a test infrastructure where we have AFNIC Labs and we have Telecom Sud Paris. It's a university in Paris. So we try to test with them. So what happens here is that AFNIC plays the role of the root CA. It's a certificate authority. It gives the certificates to the different institutions as intermediate certificates. So each institution creates its leaf certificate and it gives to the servers. For example, here you have JS is joint server, NS network server, AS is the application server that is used in the LoRaWAN scenario. So the problem here is that there is a single root CA. So it is a provisioning infrastructure. Then when you try to do the web communication and you are roaming, so what happens is that you have to send a combined certificate. You cannot just send the leaf certificate because the root CA is the only one known. So a combined certificate need to be sent for establishing a secure communication if you are in a roaming infrastructure. So that is an issue. So how we can use DANE to mitigate this issue. So there is a working group at the IETF called DANCE, DNS Authentication of Network Clients Everywhere. So the DANCE working group charter is to look at how DANE could be used for communication. Now, where mail communication uses DANE, there are a lot of other things, other networks that use DANE. So how it could be used everywhere. And here a particular example is how it can be used for mutual authentication. So in mutual authentication, what happens is that you have a TLS handshake. And during the TLS handshake, we can have the DANE indication saying that if you want to validate a certificate, use the domain name that is provided during this mutual authentication. So the client and server can mutually authenticate with the DANE indication. So what we try to solve here is that you don't need a certificate authority and you don't need to pay them. You can use a self-signed certificate and you can add the TLS resource record in the DNS. Thus, the mutually authenticated certificate is validated. We implemented these two drafts that you see in the left, and we presented during the IETF 115 at Vienna. So here, what we try to solve is that you don't need to have a single root CA. You can have a federated CAs, and that could be validated. So I'm going fast because of time constraints. So what we have solved is that, I showed you the slide earlier. So we have solved all the issues that is in the green, but the first two issues has not been solved because a PKIA certificate is like 2 or 3 kilobytes, and that cannot be sent over the LoRaWAN network. So that's an issue. There are work going on. For example, the previous presenter talked about ad hoc and OSCORE. So elliptical Diffie-Hellman over compression, and there is a working group at the IETF called LAKE, Lightweight Authentication of Keyed Entities, which is trying to compress the public key digital certificate. And now I think they've come up to 150 bytes. And there are other working scenarios like SHIC, static context header compression, where you don't even need to send the data. You have a rule that could evolve these things, but that's all future scenario. So these two issues have not been solved. So the IoT room scenario, we presented at the GIANT conference, and there were a number of universities that were ready to test with us. So we have tested with Telecom Sud Paris, we have tested with Telecom Bretagne, and there are other universities that we will test later. So AFNIC. So AFNIC is the registry for the France. So we have the Network Information Center, and we are into IoT. We are working at IoT for last 10, 12 years. So we started with different French and European funded projects. So we started with provisioning and resolution. Now we are evolving our security and privacy. So we want to use the DNS infrastructure to give provisioning, resolution, security, and privacy. So we had worked with the supply chain industry, which is called the GS1. We were the principal contributor for the GS1 standard, and we are working with the LoRaWAN. LoRaWAN is a consortium of companies which develops the LoRa standard, and I am also the academic working group chair for LoRaWAN. So here we have an idea how the identifier is provisioned. So that's it. I needed to go fast because of time constraints. So if you have any questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Isn't it decentralized ID would be a best bet?
DID?
No.
I don't know much about decentralized identifier, but I'm not sure how the government. So if you see here, when I started, I said about the operational feasibility. So we say that we don't want this to work in the next 10 years. We wanted to work it currently. So if you take the IoT identifiers, how will it be governed? How will it be provisioned, allocated, and given to the end user? That I'm not sure. So I cannot give you an authentic answer, but it might work in a research scenario, but in a real-time scenario, how it will work, I'm not sure.
In some sense, that's also a scalable DNS, right? DID.
Okay.
So in some sense, it should work.
It should work.
And it may have advantages in the first two problems. What you said, how much it should be shared, how much need not have to be shared, and then it can create its own identifier. So it becomes somewhat scalable in my opinion, but it needs a further.
So just to answer that, if you see here, you see in the GS1, so they have their own identifier. So it's RFID or barcode.
It can change. That's what.
But yeah, but when we discussed with the GS1 industry, I worked with them for 5 years. So the ideal solution would have been to use IPv6. But I don't think Walmart or Carrefour or Reliance will be changing their shirt tags or anything into IPv6 in the near future. So they want to have their own identifiers. And how do you use their own identifiers and adapt them to the IoT? So if you see here, it is the GS1, it is the RFID or barcode. Here, if the LoRaWAN, there is a different type of identifier. So any type of identifier, and the middle one is the Apple. So we classified them into some flat and hierarchical identifier. So any type of identifier, you could put into the DNS. You don't have to change your existing infrastructure. Yeah, we will. Thank you.
You have mentioned that there's a constraint in the IoT network, right? That is basically because of the size of the certificate you're talking about. Because of that, you're not able to transmit.
Exactly.
So, is there any provision to go for a data compression and transmit in LoRa divisions, right?
They have done, there are articles which work on compressing the public infrastructure. They're taking out unwanted things, and they have come up to 150 bytes or something. But in addition to that, now IETF is working on there is a LPWAN working group, low power wide area network working group, where they have introduced something called SCHC, SCHC, static context header compression, where you use rules to derive data. In compression and decompression, you actually compress the data and send. Here, you don't even need to send the data. So you just send the rule ID, and based on the rule ID, you derive the data. But I'm not sure whether it will work for cryptographic certificates.
Because there may be loss in the device informations. So to adding up to this, from CCA, Government of India, we have been initiating one project for the IoT in device certification. Okay. So this, we want to bring all the IoT device into one platform, and C-DAC is the initiation. You can just keep in touch with them. So after this discussions, so that could help them to make it towards the LoRa and the network, where we want to integrate in a single network so that all the IoT device talks to only the particular platform.
Okay.
So this will ease off many of the solutions for the device certification in IoT. So that makes more IoT secure device.
Okay.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good.
Presenters. And with this, the session on PKI for IoT environment concludes. And before we move to the next session, there's an announcement. We are running behind schedule. So I request the attendees to, if they want to have refreshments is served outside, we'll continue with the session, and you can get the refreshments and continue attending the session. Okay, right. So I would like to invite Professor Shyam Sundar to honor the session chair, Dr. K.K. Soundarpandian. The next theme is PKI ecosystem. I'd like to invite the session chair for this session, Shri D.K. Burban, Assistant Controller from CC office. Over to you, sir.
you all. In these sessions, themed PKI ecosystems, we have three papers. A study of PKI ecosystem in South Asia and Oceania countries. Second is PKI ecosystem for reliable smart contracts and NFT. And third is identity of things, need and requirements. So I request the first paper presenter, Sri Anup Kumar Bande, to present his paper, a study of PKI ecosystem in South Asian and Oceanian countries. Over to you, Anup.
Good evening, everyone. So basically, 2 days back, there was one international workshop on cross certification of certifying authorities, and many Asia Pacific CAs joined us, including Bangladesh, Malaysia, Iran, South Africa, European Union. So my presentation seems like redundant because I had to cover this only. But still, I will go through some of the countries which were not covered. So to start with public infrastructure, I think Dr. Balaji in his next presentation will give a better idea about PKI ecosystem. But for now, PKI is a ecosystem comprising of technology, policy, applications, standards, everything. So all these things collude to make the entire infrastructure. So I will directly start with comparison of the PKI ecosystem in India versus Oceania countries, that is New Zealand and Australia. So let's start with the root certifying authority. So apart from Australia, where multiple root CAs are there, India and New Zealand have only one root CA. Then assurance level also, there are different assurance level. Like in India, there are 5 level of assurance from class 1 to 3, eKYC single factor and eKYC multi-factor. New Zealand, only 3 classes are there, but Australia, it is called LOA, level of assurance, which is like 4 level of assurance are there. Now, identity reproofing is done for India and New Zealand after 2 years. For Australia, it is not known. Archive retention period is 7 years across all the countries. There are various key size and algorithms that are followed from ECDSA to RSA to ECC support, hashing support. Everything is there across all, but it differs in terms of what algorithm is being used. Similarly, audit logging is there across all the countries. And for online revocation checking, whether the certificate is revoked or not, multiple options are there, like CRL, OCSP. Australia has LDAP level verification as well. Okay, so I will move on to certificate rekey, which is allowed in all the countries. Certificate requirement for cryptographic modules are different. Like in India, it is FIPS 142, 140 and 2 separate, and New Zealand FIPS 143, and Australia it is FIPS 140 again 2. The root so the root certifying authority key validity in India, it is 10 years, but recently with 2022 certificate, it is 20 years. And in New Zealand, it's 10 years, but in Australia, depending on how many bit security is there associated with the certificate, the validity will differ. The subscriber certificate validity is minimum 1 year in India, but maximum 3 years. So we can have 2 year as well as 3 year also. In New Zealand, it is maximum 2 year from date of issue. But in case of Australia, again, it is based on the bit of security that is being offered. So with 112 bit, it's 2 years, but with 128 bits, it's 3 years. Now, there is a trust hierarchy which is used to check the trust through the CAs, sub-CA, CA, and the root certifying authority. So India has CA, sub-CA, and root certifying authority. In New Zealand, it's not exactly hierarchical, but there are multiple ways of CA 001, CA 101, and CA 301 hierarchy. Australia, it is called gatekeeper. And then again, depending on the level of assurance, there are issuing CAs. Now, coming on to Asia Pacific countries like Singapore and Korea, so all have common one each root certifying authority. Object identifier are supported, and apart from India, others have only 3 classes. So India only has 5 classes. Identity reproofing is common across all for 2 years, and for archive retention, Korea has 10 years. So I will skip this. Anyway, the presentation will be shared on the website. So the certificate requirement is again 140 and -2 is common across all the countries in Asia Pacific. And issuer signature is also common with SA 256 with RSA. But in Singapore, SA1 is also being used. Root certifying authority key validation, again in India, it has again become 20 years. And in Singapore, it is 20 to 25 years, and Korea 20 years. So in trust hierarchy, the CA, root CA, and subscriber, that is maintained in India and Singapore. But in Korea, there are accredited CA. Then there is a national root certificate authority, KISA, and then that is the Korean. And after that, the CAs are there, and then directly the subscribers are there. So okay, so this is the brief comparison of the PKI ecosystem with oceanic countries and with Asia Pacific countries. For more like for Bangladesh, Malaysia, we'll share our videos on our website pkindia.in, and you can refer those directly to hear from their CAs directly. So their CA certifying authority directly joined us and gave their overview about their PKI ecosystem. So that's all. Thank you.
Any specific question? Audience, any specific questions? So paper is PKI ecosystem for reliable and smart contract. A paper to be presented by Dr. Balakrishnan.
Before that, let me use this. No, sure. So good evening. I think all of you might have been tired, but at the same time, you have been served refreshments. So let me, it's a very brief presentation from our side. PK for reliable smart contracts and NFTs. I hope all of you would have heard about the word smart contracts. So basically, I just want to differentiate between the concepts of public key cryptography and public key infrastructure. Both are fundamentally different, actually. I mean, not fundamentally different, both are different. Most of the things that we see, or most of the things that we hear and through the media circles mostly talk about PKC, not about PKI. So in electronic system, the essential elements for trust are basically the 4 things: confidentiality, integrity, availability. CIA is what we say. But when we really come into the real world, electronic world, we also look at authenticity, which is also part of the availability thing, and the non-repudiation. So these, at least these factors are very important for trust in electronic systems. So public key cryptography, as we all know from the speakers who have talked from the morning, you know that they are all based on asymmetric key cryptographic algorithms, and they can assure you confidentiality, and but mainly they can assure you only confidentiality. That is a major point. As far as public key infrastructure is concerned, it is a techno-legal ecosystem for assuring trust, which leverages the public key cryptography. So what we can say is PKI is more of an umbrella term, while PKC is basically a subcomponent under the PKI. So that is a thing. So when I say about PKI ecosystem, I told it is not only about technology, it's also about the policies which are going to govern the ecosystem. And there are going to be penalties also if there is lapse in the particular if there is a lapse in following the policy and things like that. So there is some sort of governing structure which is there in the policy. And apart from that, you also have standards which are set by organizations like IETF and other organizations, other global standard development organizations, SDOs, which develop standards for the PKI ecosystem. And finally, we also have the application part. So applications basically are the actual actual systems which the end users use. So for example, when you're digitally signing a Microsoft Word document or an Adobe PDF document, it is an end application, end PKI enabled applications. And in the case of e-procurement or use cases, it is basically that particular application which is getting used. So PKI is a total ecosystem encompassing all of these 4 components. So what is a smart contract? Generally, let me start with a contract. Contract is basically a binding agreement between parties in space and time. So this space and time is very critical for a binding agreement. Suppose if you want to sell, or if you want to rent out your house, you say that you are going to rent your house, which is located in this particular part of the city and for a duration of time. So that is called as a contract. So what do you mean by a smart contract? When the contract is worded in a programming language or in the programming form, it is called as a smart contracts, and it gets executed automatically. And to simplify or oversimplify blockchain here, blockchain is nothing but a set of distributed nodes. Nodes means the systems which the nodes may be geographically distributed in multiple locations. The smart contract is actually sitting in those blockchain. Generally, smart contracts are touted to have no central authority. Okay, they are touted to have generally no central authority. So that is how it looks. And then, but whether the smart contracts are legally enforceable or not, there is a question mark. As of today's terms, it's almost impossible to have a legally binding smart contracts. So that is why now the new version of smart contract, which is called a smart legal contract, that is basically legally enforceable smart contracts are coming into picture, but there is no universal agreement or definition which is existing. So this is the current scenario which is there in the world of smart contracts. So next is about NFTs. There is non-fungible tokens, which most of you might have heard about it. So in this part of the world, most of you might have heard that one of the famous actor Amitabh Bachchan has sold his NFT collection through a auctioning system for more than 7 crores. So, and you might have also heard about a lot of NFT trades, which is happening, billions of dollars of trade is happening. So basically, you can see that the NFT, whatever it is, for $69 million, this is the entire image which is actually was sold for $69 million. Okay, whatever which I am showing in the screenshot. So now you may be wondering, if I'm able to copy and use it, what is a great thing which people bought or sold for $69 million? So for that, I'll just come to you. Let me try to make you understand what is NFT. NFT stands for non-fungible token. So when we say non-fungible, basically, let me try to explain what is fungible here. So for example, a 20 rupee note can be replaced by 2 10 rupee notes, right? So or I can actually make one 10 rupee note be replaceable with another 10 rupee note, or 20 rupee as two 10 rupee notes. So basically, this is called as the fungibleness. That is, I can replace something. So I can replace a 20 rupee note with a two 10 rupee notes. So basically, that is called as replacement ability, the fungible thing. But there are certain things which are basically non-fungible. Say, for example, whatever the Mona Lisa art, which you see in the physical form. So who are after the original painting which was drawn by Leonardo da Vinci cannot be replaced by anybody. Maybe I can emulate or copy and paste or similar kind of things, but it does not defeat, it's not going to defeat the original, whatever similar it is going to be. So these are non-fungible things. So what we are going to, the people, meaning in the today's scenario, when we talk about NFTs, what they mean is, they mean a token, basically a digital token, which is nothing but a digital representation of an entity. Okay, digital representation of an entity which is stored on a blockchain. When I say stored on a blockchain, again, it is stored as a smart contract on a blockchain. Okay, so the digital representation can represent a physical asset also, or a virtual asset also. So this Mona Lisa painting is basically a pixelated thing. So it's a digital virtual asset. But now let us say, I can give you an example where let us say that you are owning a house and there are legal documents which show that you are the owner of a house. So what the legal document will tell you is, you can convert that legal document which states the ownership of house into a programming code and make it as a smart contract thing and store it in a blockchain. So now what happens is, this becomes your digitalized token. Okay, this document, which actually is converted into a code form and stored as a smart contract in a blockchain network, becomes your token, digital token. Okay, so we can call it as a non-fungible token, because I cannot replace your house with another house. Okay, so it is become a non-fungible token. So, and when it's stored in a blockchain, and it becomes tradable in the NFT network. And when we say non-fungible, is basically unique and non-interchangeable with another. Non-interchangeable with another. So for example, here one Bitcoin is equivalent to another Bitcoin, but one unit of NFT, okay, is never equal to another unit of NFT, because NFTs are unique distinguishable items. Okay, so that is the thing. So now the formal definition can be for NFT is a unique tokenized representation of digital information that are issued on blockchain. Okay, so each NFT is tied to a unique digital content. Okay, whether it can be your property document or whether it can be a Mona Lisa image or anything, and is governed by a smart contract. That is, who is owning the NFT and things like that, the value of that particular NFT, etc. The ownership is actually recorded in a blockchain. Okay, so when Amitabh Bachchan was trying to sell the Sholay, the posters, basically it is a smart contract, and the value of it actually, the digital content, that images has been converted into, the poster has been converted into digital image, and that is what has been done. Now, the process of creating NFTs is called minting, and the process of converting a media file into NFT is called as minting. And currently, NFTs are in the areas of arts, collectibles, gamings, etc. More than $2 billion worth US dollars worth of transactions happened only in the period of July to August in 2022. So that shows the amount of NFTs which has been traded in the market. So, so basically, all you need to understand is NFTs are governed by smart contracts. So that is how it happens. So what makes NFT unique? So that is a very important thing. So the most important thing is the digital signature. So for example, you are owning, so for example, what we showed in the previous slides was the Mona Lisa image. So I can also have a copy of the Mona Lisa image, and you can also copy of the Mona Lisa image. Now let us say that you have got a Mona Lisa image. Let us say, I'm just saying for argument's sake, if it has been digitally signed by Amitabh Bachchan, then it has a separate value. Okay. So digital signature is what makes NFT unique. There is because otherwise NFTs are representation of components which can be easily replicated in the digital world. So digital signature is the only distinguishing element that can make a digital representation unique from another. Otherwise, it is possible to copy anything. So for example, in Twitter, Jack Dorsey, the first tweet he sold as an NFT, he compiled as an NFT. So first tweet screenshot, I can also get it from the web. But what makes it unique is it is created, meaning he created NFT by adding a digital signature to the first tweet. So that makes it unique. What are the challenges in the NFT? So that I would like to point out here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Coins we do not actually consider as no, sir. That's the way I just was saying. Basically, when I say NFT, it's basically it cannot be replaced with another thing. Say, for example, exactly, yes, sir. It's not fungible. So 20 rupee note I can replace with 2 10 rupee notes. So that is basically fungible. But this Mona Lisa original image I cannot replace with another Mona Lisa image. But when you digitalize it, I can copy and paste it. But what makes me, let us say that I purchase this, for example, then I get the right to digitally sign it and mint it as an NFT. So that way my ownership is established. So that makes that particular image unique from another person who is copying and using it. So that makes the digital signature is the only element which makes the NFT unique and distinguishable from another. The challenges is basically anchoring of a digital signature with a trusted root. As of now, whatever the NFTs which are there in sale, basically they do not have a trusted root, like where the root can be trusted even after several years down the lane, which is not there and does not have a legal guarantee. Second important thing is there is no long-term validity of the digital signatures. So you have a digital signature. So let us say 10 years later, how can I verify that particular digital signature, whether the certificate is going to be there or issuer is going to be there? All those things are a challenge. And the recording of NFT in public blockchain network is also a challenge. So what some proposals and solutions are, basically the first thing, anchoring of a digital signature with a trusted root. When you are going with a national trusted root, it makes things better. For example, in countries like India, where we have the Controller of Certifying Authority, CC, as the root in the certificate chain, when digital signatures are derived from the national root, then the item or whatever the NFT item is becoming unique and distinguishable, and it is having a very valid authenticity and authenticity of the person who has signed it. So that makes having a national root, national trusted root, makes digital signatures on NFTs more reliable and trustworthy. Second thing is long-term validity of digital signatures. Currently, that is a big challenge even in the countries where we have national trusted root. So what one proposal is that you can have long-term validity with exclusive certificate only issued for NFTs. So this is one thing that can be basically done. And apart from that, while minting NFT, that is basically the process of creating NFT, what we do is we can add some unique impressions or unique factor. The space and time factors also be captured. Like we capture in a real contract, we can try to capture unique factors. Say, for example, let us say that I am going to use this laptop for minting NFT. Then the current timestamp as well as the specification of this laptop can also be embedded to make it unique as one of the feature of this particular NFT, so that it becomes easy, it becomes little distinguishable from other NFTs, even though it may be art form. So recording of NFTs in public blockchain networks, basically that is one of the requirements. Say, for example, today NFTs are being purchased and sold across multiple entities. But the blockchain network where the NFTs are stored as smart contracts has to live forever. So obviously, I'm a little bit skeptic about the long-term liveliness of a public blockchain network. So when nodes are operated by different public entities, I'm not saying a centrally governed entity, but multiple public entities which run them as a public utilities, and the nodes are well diversified and globally well diversified and operates as nodes, that becomes easier for recording of NFTs. And also, if these nodes are audited and monitored for best practices, it makes the recording of NFTs in public blockchain network more reliable and trustworthy. So this is just the version of how the future might look like. Metaverse, of course, we all know that is composed of a virtual world where your personas or avatars are going to be there, and NFTs are going to be dealt with in the form of smart contracts. And where we see as a research convergence is actually there has been the topic of discussion on autonomous agents for years together in the AI world, on the AI research world. So basically these avatars, apart from the visualizations and UI, can become an autonomous agent. So, and they may be trading, creating NFTs, and they may be dealing on trading the NFTs through smart contracts with other similar agents. So this is where we are just extrapolated how the things can go in the future. So this is what our thoughts on having a reliable thing. So challenges and proposed solutions that have been put forward. So summary, basically digital signature is the only key element as of now which brings uniqueness to any NFT. And therefore digital signatures has to be legally valid and therefore verifiable for a long duration of time. More factors of uniqueness can be embedded into the NFT, including device identities used for minting NFTs. And NFTs, obviously, if you are having a real commercial value, if you want to have it and make it as a tradable commodity, obviously, it has to be stored in well-distributed nodes across geographies. So that's the summary point. So thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, Bitcoin is basically a fungible element.
No. Forget about the classic way.
Yes.
Now, if I can break it, forget for a moment, it is this one. So that will also be in terms of digital signatures of how many people have given. Okay.
Correct.
If you take from the genesis what have been signed, rest of them are all just signatures.
Signatures, correct.
And though in some sense, if you think asset is the original one, that remains the same.
Correct.
That is exactly the same.
That is an
okay.
Yeah.
But the main problem you said in smart contracts, you have 4 keys.
Yeah.
So now it is no longer unique technically.
Yeah, correct.
And what does that mean? So why you are emphasizing on digital tokens? Because digital tokens, your digital signature is one of the fundamental bricks for the blockchain.
Yes.
If you don't have digital signature, nothing works in the same way. The
Correct,
assets, whether it is fungible or non-fungible.
Yes, sir.
So why are you insisting on digital signature for NFT? I didn't get it.
Basically, what is happening is, let us say many things, apart from the art form. One example, whatever I given is, say, for example, I own a house. The legal document of the house is actually converted into a kind of smart contracts and stored in a blockchain. So now there is a hidden world outside there, which is once it is minted as NFT, it becomes a in a tradable commodity. So I can actually hypothecate my house in this thing, assuming it is in a posh area or whatever it may be. So that is actually happening. In fact, it is not happening even in the real world. It is even happening, actually it is happening in the metaverse. So metaverse, actually people are buying properties and people using and selling through NFTs. So there, the digital signature, assuming I'm not getting into the metaverse as of now, but in the physical world, let us say my own ownership of house is there. I want to hypothecate for something, my house, and then later, maybe after that I came back or I look for the value. So I need to prove the ownership of that particular NFT, meaning the house or the document. So for that, a legally valid digital signature is required. Ultimately, end of the day, it is a smart contract. It is a contract. It is a contract. That is the only reason I said I'm insisting for a legally valid digital signature.
No, in some sense, if you go for the the land or the house,
yes, sir,
it's a geographical database,
which
could be fungible.
Yeah,
the house can be partitioned.
Yeah.
The land can be partitioned, which has the same signature on which I have to do different kind of a thing or the other. So in some sense, that's how I didn't get your emphasis on digital signature for NFT. That's the only reason.
Thing. The only thing is to make it authentic. So for example, I just showed this Amitabh Bachchan showing, selling the Sholay picture auction, or even this one. The right hand side, which is image actually which sold it for $69 million. So I'm also having the same image. Of course, I can probably get a similar kind of image, but that does not make me the owner of it. the legitimate owner is actually obtained, meaning the legitimate is identified by his digital signature. That is the only reason, the legitimate. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Third and last paper of this session is Identity of Things, Need and Requirements, to be presented by Ms. Ananya K. Over to you, Ananya. Sorry.
Hello, yeah. I'm Ananya K. I'm a project intern at C-DAC, and our paper is on identity management solutions for IoT. And I have my friend Rashmi Harish on the Zoom call with me. We've done this project under the guidance of Dr. Mohammed Misbahuddin, Associate Director and Group Head of ACTS BD. Yeah, so firstly, let's dive into why we've chosen identity management solutions, specifically for IoT devices. Firstly, this is the snapshot of the various IoT concerns and threats that once you Google, this is the list of snaps that you get in terms of the number of malware attacks increasing on IoT devices, the amount of risks that IoT poses, and there's an INTERSOG that has surveyed IoT security threats for IoT devices, and it has estimated the amount of impact it has on critical operations in the IoT, etc. Right? IoT has also been the most the top 2 most common targets for hackers in 2019, and yeah, and this has totaled 1.5 billion violations in the year 2019, which means, and it's been more than doubling year on year. Given that IoT has been most highly vulnerable for security attacks, the solution that solves most of these problems in the various layers of IoT is solved by the concept of identity, right? Identity, I'll come to what identity is. This is the agenda of how I'll go through this presentation. Firstly, I'll go to what an identity is, types of identities, traditionally used identities for IoT devices. My friend Rashmi will talk about research in IoT IAM, and we'll move on to commercial solutions, and then I'll conclude it. Right? Firstly, on what is identity, and identity is basically an attribute of an endpoint that is used to identify it locally, remotely, and logically. So there are 2 types of identities, VCs and DIDs. VCs are verifiable credentials, more like an ID card, except that it's digitally signed and it's completely digital. And there's an issuer that issues the identity holder and the verifier that verifies the given verifiable credential. The only difference between a distributed identifier and a verifiable credential is the verifiable data registry. The verifiable data registry in the DID, or the distributed identifier, is comprising of distributed ledger technology like blockchain that that stores these identities in the form of a ledger. And DIDs also give a lot of benefits to the users in terms of giving them complete sovereignty as to decide what their identities are going to be, in terms of me being a presenter here in this hall, or me being a student in my college, etc. Right? So I can have different identities for the same endpoint, is what the whole concept of DID is. These are the examples that I've tabulated, I've listed, and traditional examples of VCs include NFC, or near field communication, that uses radio frequency or RFID tags to identify devices. MAC, or the medium access control address, that's assigned at the data link layer, is again a traditional verifiable credential. SIM, you might think it's specific only to a phone, but no, we have IoT SIMs, we have M2M SIMs, eSIMs, and multiple other subscriber identity modules, which are present for all IoT devices. Moving on to DIDs, there are more DIDs coming up, but these have been highly used, right? IOTA is basically like blockchain, except blockchain uses chain data structure, and IOTA uses tangle as data structure, tangle data structure. SSI, or self-sovereign identity, is again a distributed ledger technology that uses the blockchain where the identity is generated. Moving on, identity management. Identity management is the creation, administration, and deployment of identifiers, credentials, and attributes. Although these might sound very, very similar, identifiers, for example, I have an ID card, which forms my identity. Identifier is my name, and credential is the card number or my university number that provides evidence around my claims about identity. And attributes include data describing the characteristics of me. For example, my photo ID could be my attribute because it describes my physical characteristics. So all these three together comprise the identity. And one more important terminology that we should know is the device identity lifecycle, which is the entire process of designing a device by security standards, provisioning, assigning CA or RA, and managing and revoking as well as destroying the device identities. Yeah, Rashmi will take over from here. So.
As part of our project, we have surveyed multiple papers, up to 16, 17 research papers in the field of identity of things. Among that, we have chosen 4 papers to present today. Please go to the next slide. We have chosen this paper because it represents the information stack that has been proposed. We see similar lines between identity of user and identity of things. Inheritance, possession, and knowledge are the layers of information stack for identity of user. Inheritance is something that we are, example, fingerprint. Possession is something that we have, like a smart card. And knowledge is something that we know, such as a password. In analogous to this, in identity of things, inheritance can be a PUF, that is the fingerprint of a silicon chip, and association or possession can be the link to which we can link the device. Example, smartphone. So under the category of smartphone, our device will be categorized. And knowledge will be something that the device knows, which is its number, IMEI number or SIM number. And context is the most important layer for identity of things. For example, a wireless sensor network deployed to detect forest fires has the same context. So it makes it easy for mass identification of a group of sensors. I can connect multiple devices that I own to each other, and they will have the same context that they belong to me, hence easily identifiable. Next slide. In PKI-based identification for devices, the standard X509 certificates are not preferred due to their large size, complexity, and requirement of higher processing powers on the end device. Instead, lighter weight CBOR, that is concise binary object representation certificates, which are X509 compliant, are used. These certificates are derived using ECC, that is elliptical curve cryptography, and presented more efficiently than the ANSI notation. The profile is represented in the figure. The best use case described for this PKI fusion with blockchain technology are applications like smart city, where the reliability of the data is most important. Decentralization avoids single points of failure, and the blockchain technology allows for easy extensibility without unnecessary human intervention. Next slide. The decentralization due to blockchain leads to elimination of single points of failure, which were earlier present in PKI. This paper draws ideas from cryptocurrencies and shows implementation on an IoT network. Name value storage, or NVS, is an extension of Bitcoin that sits on the Bitcoin blockchain. It increases security of the network by discouraging unnecessary addition of blocks to the chain and unnecessary transactions. The B nodes in the figure on the screen are blockchain nodes, which also act as NVS servers, which generate and validate transactions, thus creating an NVS database. The IoT devices are called NVS clients, which will send queries to the blockchain nodes. The paper further highlights how device setup, configuration, ownership transfer takes place. Next slide. Blockchain, along with PUF, proves uniqueness of the device. PUF proves the uniqueness of the device, and blockchain authenticates it, thus making it a stronger technology than each of them individually. During manufacture, only a public key, mask, and helper data need to be stored for authentication and recovery. Private key is generated by the device itself by issuing a challenge and receiving a response, which will be the output of the PUF, which is the PUF response, thereby reducing security risks of producing the key outside of the system.
So does me request you to go faster?
Yes.
2 more minutes.
Yes, sir. The second layer of security is due to the blockchain, and the distributed ledger technology makes authentication independent of the manufacturer. Next slide.
Here are the commercial solutions that are being proposed by the leading companies in the field, right? Firstly, we discussed Intertrust, which proposes a model for device identities based on PKI. It describes device identity as a data structure with different attributes. This is the data structure that's proposed by Intertrust, and metadata, authorization statement, cryptographic credentials, and signature block are the attributes of the entire device identity. Each of these attributes contain a lot more information elements, which can be tailor-made or based on the customer demands. Moving on, Global Sign. Global Sign proposes a zero-touch chip-to-cloud provisioning service that using certificate-based identities for IoT devices. It actually has more solutions, but this particular paper is a it's a collaboration between 4 of these companies: Global Sign, Infineon, Eurotech, and Azure. While Azure does cloud provisioning and using the IoT services, Eurotech provides the IoT integration platform for the same. And Global Sign and Infineon together code sign the EK along with a digital certificate, which is later sent to the IoT integration platform. This ensures both the root of trust and robust PKI services for security purposes. Prime key is it emphasizes on seamlessly integrating both OT and IT, and the solution that it proposes is code signing, combining code signing along with PKI. So this is the flow diagram of the entire code signing process. And after the software module is code signed completely, it is sealed by the private key, and the respective public key is then the respective public key is generated using the PKI infrastructure, the public key infrastructure, and that's how PKI and code signing are combined. In intrinsic ID, what it does is what the solution proposed is that it uses SRAM puffs. We've seen what puffs are already throughout all these lectures, and SRAM puffs are static random access memory puffs, which do not need a challenge response pair per se, which means because of the process variation in the submicron particles during the manufacture itself, the SRAM startup values are enough to provide this silicon fingerprint for the entire device, which means you don't have to send challenge and expect a response pair for every transaction, but the startup, you can just power it off and on, and the startup value is enough. Concluding, these are the challenges that is posed by the identity management in IoT specifically, right? Firstly, lack of standardization, which is something that's been consistently discussed through a lot of lectures today, right? For example, the interoperability standards and the protocol standards, even though there are a lot of protocols like REST and DDS, CoAP, etc., there is a lack of standards. The process of developing a standard protocol has been challenging, and existence of constrained devices, specifically in IoT, a lot of devices have a lesser computational capability and processing power, which means the certificates have to be lightweight in order to maintain higher amount of security. Lastly, ethical issues also involving privacy and consent to data access. We know that big data exploits the vulnerability in security to extract data, right? Limitations of WSNs including electromagnetic interference, attenuation, distortion, etc. Retrofitting is also something that's been discussed, especially of IoT devices. It's harder because it requires manual intervention for IoT devices to gather this identity and store it manually, right? Lastly, coming to this identity management solution itself cannot evolve on its own, right? There are a lot of other pillars that it's dependent on, including secure data management and processing, huge databases, big data and notification management system, etc., which also need to evolve along with it, which is also challenging. And that's why, yeah, thank you.
The session with the theme PKI ecosystem concludes. May I invite Professor Shyam Sundar to honor the session chair, Mr. D.K. Burman. Thank you, sir. The next session is on diverse applications of PKI. I would like to invite the session chair, Mr. Samshuddin Khan from the Office of CCA to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. For next session 3, I call Mr. Vivin Krishnan, Srija, Sumitra Binu, and Muhammad Misbahuddin on the topic a JSON web signature based adaptive authentication modality for healthcare application. Over.
The topic I'll be presenting is a JSON web signature based adaptive authentication modality for healthcare applications. And yeah, we have been given a timeline, so we'll just do it. Right. So what we're presenting is an authentication modality, a new novel authentication algorithm specifically for the healthcare sector and healthcare applications. And obviously, with healthcare, we are dealing with very confidential private data. So unauthorized access to any kind of such data is extremely the attack surface and the outcome is not something that we would expect. But why would we need this? Because single factor authentications, though they have been prevalent, are generally not sufficient, because with evolving technology capability, computational capability, single factor authentication schemes can also be broken, or even biometric signatures may be spoofed or can be lifted off a surface, let's say. Multi-factor authentications do mitigate this, provide better coverage. However, we do still have a problem where one or more authentication schemes may be played in sequence, and both are individually, they may still be spoofed. Now, this is what traditionally we have used to. It's a static application of MFA. Now, there are two things. One, like I said, individually it may be spoofed. Secondly, is the aspect of usability. With more challenges popped to a user, it's been generally seen that users tend not to accept it or take it or move away. So this brings in the need for the concept or paradigm of adaptive authentication. Now, what is adaptive authentication? So depending on the risk, or depending on the situations, depending on the behavioral profile of a user and how much they vary from an established profile, the system starts popping challenges to the user. So which means the system continuously verifies the user or the user's behavior when interacting with the system. At the same time, keeps the challenges to a minimum. If risk is detected, how is it detected? There is a deficit in trust, and this is calculated by the variance of the user's established behavior. Let's say the user has been established to log in normally between 10 to 12 to the healthcare or banking application from a specific city using a specific device. Now, suddenly there's a variance. The user is now in a different city. He's logging in at a different time. That is a cause of risk. So, and now when risk is noted and it exceeds a specific threshold, we can start throwing a challenge or a set of challenges that match with the risk that such an access exposes, or such an access will bring in. And what can we do about it? So the paper is not about an adaptive authentication system, but about an authentication modality that can integrate with an existing or a proposed adaptive authentication system. And we do want to introduce two known but still would like to cover JWT, JSON Web Tokens, and JSON Web Signature as well. So these are open standards defined, and the RFC is available in the IETF. And JSON Web Token, in its simplest definition, is a compact and URL is a way of exchanging claims between two parties, and JSON web signature is a way of signing data, and it has a structure, and the JWT is contained within that structure. So what is this structure we talk about? Generally has three parts: a header, it's a JSON object signing an encryption header. It denotes the metadata about the algorithm and the keys that have been used to sign this whole structure. And typically the standard defines multiple encryption algorithms, but typically RS-256, HS-256, or EC-256 are recommended and generally used widely. This structure, if you take the example, it says that this is a JWT, that's a header section. A payload is where we have a set of claims. What are the claims? It's some information that's identifying the user or the type of interaction that we're going to have, and it is a JSON object. So we can, there are standard defined keys, or we can have our own custom keys, key value pairs. And finally, there's a signature section wherein you sign the whole structure with the private key. So this brings in the added advantages of authenticity, integrity, and also non-repudiation, because you have signed it. You cannot claim that you did not. So what was the objective? Come up with an authentication algorithm that integrates with an adaptive authentication system, that it be lightweight. It use open standards so that it can integrate well with existing systems as well. Now we also have to bring in the need to bring in mutual authentication. So for that, established paper of secure biohash based algorithm for healthcare devices was extended, and onto what are the changes that had to be made? One, we have reduced the computational cycles from the original algorithm and minimize the amount of confidential information that is stored either on the device or transmitted. And any computations are generally held in memory, so that if the mobile application is killed, that information is lost. So the system will have to go through it again, or it will be runtime computations. So because it integrates with an adaptive authentication system, behavioral context attributes are also captured and passed in through all the phases. And all this is structured and contained within a signed JWT, so that the authenticity or integrity as well as non-repudiation can be are the advantages that we gain from it. So these are some of the notations used. I'll explain it through the algorithm. So this is the attribute sets that we have defined. So a user has a mobile application. So this is specifically about mobile application usages for healthcare. So user uses an application on a device. So these are some of the set of attributes that we can gather without being too intrusive, and we can still build up a behavioral profile for the user. So this is how the flow goes. It goes in three phases. First time, there's a registration phase where the user information, credentials, as well as the primary set of attributes are sent to the server. How do we do that? So credentials are never sent in the plain text mode, or even if encrypted, it is still not sent. It is hashed. So this is for two purposes. One, there should be security while being transmitted, and also in the server, even if it is stored, there should be security when data is at rest. So we concat and compute the credentials, which now generate RSA key pair, and the claims with the claims here include the credentials, the attributes, and an expiration time, so that we know that we are assigning a time to live. If it has been so that if it is replayed, or if it has been held and and then reaches server late, we are immediately rejecting it. And these are embedded into the JWT and signed with that private key. It is transmitted securely over a secure channel. At the server, couple of things. Yeah. So a random salt is calculated, and so this is for the purpose of generating keys and the symmetric. So all encryption done at the client and server are both symmetric, AES 256. The keys are generated both at the client and the server. It's not again transmitted. So we can compute the salt. That is to add a confusion there. We generate a unique identifier. That is to uniquely identify this user on the device. And with those values, we are the attributes have also been captured and stored So finally, we are encrypting a message, and unique identifier in a hash form, the identifier, the combined value of ID and credentials, and the public key that is obtained from the incoming JWS are stored. And this message is sent back. So nothing is sent back to the client in plain text. Now, the client already had the ID, so it can simply compute the salt by XORing, and it is derived, and with that value, it can decrypt. So we did not have to send the key directly, only one extra value had to be sent, and that ID alone is stored securely in the client. So the login phase goes through pretty much the same set of computations, but here we also include a nonce, and again, encrypt based on the key computed locally. All this, along with the attributes, are embedded into a JWS and sent to the client server. This point, the server can immediately do two things. One, from the originally received signature during the registration cycle, if the key varies, because it is signed, it is signed. So if there is a mismatch, it can be immediately rejected. If the expiration is met, the timestamp is inserted into the payload that is sent. If it has exceeded a threshold, reject. Also, the timestamp is also embedded within the encrypted the payload. So that way, even if let's assume that an attacker has been able to tamper, even then we still have that timestamp originally recorded with the nonce, so that it can be rejected immediately. Now, based on the value obtained, we can look up directly from the value stored during the registration cycle, decrypt, and now you get the original attributes that can be used for the adaptive authentication. So that system is not the focus of our study, but depending on the variance through machine learning or static rules, it may send a challenge back, or it may continue. If there is no variance or acceptable variance, continue with the flow. Here again, computations are local, and we compute a session key, and that session key is again not transmitted as such. It is still encrypted message, but there's enough values to compute the session key at the client. The session key is also not directly sent back. So once we have it, the client also compares, it computes the session key, holds it in memory, not stored anywhere, so that even if the application is killed, it goes through the cycle again. So here, normally authentication stops at the end of the login phase, but we're extending it with the idea of zero trust, so that because it's an adaptive authentication system, the session key is validated during a resource access phase, and all the other adaptive authentication computations are done, but session key is validated. Session key also has an expiry that is also computed only if all this matches and conditions are met. Does the system allow resource access? Sure. So this is the computational cost with compared to the original algorithm. We have reduced the number of cycles. So we have only computed hashes and XORs here with the encrypt and decrypt cycles. Concat has not been considered, assuming it is negligible and constant. The memory usage will vary based on the number of attributes that are used. So yeah, so we have done a formal analysis using Skytha, and it has passed most of the prevalent claims. So yeah, this is the conclusion. So we have a lightweight authentication modality that can integrate with and work with the adaptive authentication system, utilizes open standards and JWS for transport, and can deter multiple attacks. So yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we may take questions after the session outside, because time is too now remaining to finish within 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. So after 6 p.m. some other engagement in this hall is going on. So that's why we have to vacate the hall. So now I call Mr. Harshal Kalurkar and B.R. Chandrawakar for unconfirmed transaction in cryptocurrency, regions, statistics, and mitigations. So come over here. It is online. Okay.
is my screen visible? And am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Arshan Kalurga, and I'm a second by research student in MeitY CS department, and I'm working under Dr. B.R. Chandra Professor. So, and I'm presenting the paper titled Unconfirmed Transactions in Cryptocurrency, Recent Statistics and Mitigation. So let's begin with the introduction. So it's been that the blockchain technology has many applications in the various sectors the past decade, considering healthcare sector, agriculture, telecommunications, and the cryptocurrency, which is the fundamental that were cryptocurrencies, blockchain technology. On top of it, cryptocurrencies were introduced, and after this, these the former was these former applications they were developed. So cryptocurrencies still remain among the most important and the popular applications of cryptocurrencies. They can be used to in exchange of goods, trading, etc. And still considering with respect to cryptocurrencies, the top two cryptocurrencies according to the market.
Can you please have the mic closer? It's not audible here.
Okay. Am I audible now?
It's better.
Okay. Okay. So the top cryptocurrencies according to the market cap here are Bitcoin and Ether. So Ether is the default cryptocurrency of Ethereum network, which is issued after a specific mining task has been performed. And Ethereum is also used to deploy decentralized applications on its network. So now moving on to transactions in cryptocurrency. Standard cryptocurrency transactions differ from normal digital transactions in a very different way. So they include something called as a proof of work strategy, and after miners are done with their proof of work strategy, they are awarded in the form of cryptocurrencies, a particular cryptocurrencies. This is why these transactions need an additional fee payment for the miner for fast acceptance in the blockchain. So an unconfirmed transaction or a failed transaction, which might result into a loss of users' money that is paid in the form of a transaction fee. So this ultimately might result in compromising the user's experience and hence preventing them from performing user transactions. So our study, our review is specifically focused to answering these two questions. Like first of the existing works helping to obtain some useful and productive information about these attributes before performing the cryptocurrency transaction. So fundamentally, the method of cryptocurrency transaction at the base level it remains same, but in Bitcoin and Ether, the fundamental in that fork, a specific term, a specific fee amount was included, which is called a base fee, which is associated with every new block that is mined, and that base fee changes dynamically according to the condition that is present in the Ethereum network. So, so that is one of the main important factors. And as you can see here, a tip also called has been provided is provided before Ethereum transaction is performed, so that we can say it is not an important but a contributing factor in deciding the status of a cryptocurrency transaction. So moving on to transaction and network specific attributes here with respect to Bitcoin and Ether. So these three and with respect to Bitcoin they are considered. First is the mempool form. A mempool is a holding area for where they wait for a specific amount of time before that transaction has gotten its final acceptance. Second is the transaction fee, and third is the mempool size. Like every transaction has a specific size, and the number of transactions in the mempool it is directly proportional to the time it takes for a transaction to get accepted finally in the blockchain. With respect to Ether also, the average number of pending transactions per day, the average transaction fee, which is calculated in the manner in the diagram which we referred before, and the third is the average gas price. So the gas price that's a variable which defines the completion work that is needed to execute a transaction on an Ethereum virtual machine. So, these are Bitcoin transaction statistics with respect for the period of June 2022. So here the numbers that are being displayed are averaged over a 7-day interval in this 30-day period. So if we can observe this carefully, these graphs show a strange a noticeable variation in all the statistics that have been presented here. Opposite, if this was not the case, and the network congestion and the number of cryptocurrency transactions that are waiting in the holding area, if that was constant or it was very low, this we would not have gotten this graph. So opposite to this case, because of these variations, it is not possible for every transaction to take a fixed amount of time to get accepted into the blocks. So similar to this, in Ethereum, from period since 2018, we can see the number of pending transactions that are holding in that are present in the memory. There is a holding area that can go as high as 200,000. So with respect to this figure also, so in Ethereum network, you can see in the year 2022, the average transaction fee before initiating a transaction went as high as $200, which is very high. Consider if you can even consider sending a small amount of Ether, transacting with a small amount of Ether, paying for this much amount of transaction fee is meaningless. So that is why the primary focus here is getting faster confirmation for a transaction and minimizing the transaction minimizing the transaction fee that has to be paid before initiating a transaction. So we'll now look into the 8 approaches which have extensively worked on this and how they have proposed their method, which can effectively reduce the confirmation fee and the average transaction fee that has to be paid before initiating a transaction. So first approach here is the improved transaction success rate in payment channel networks. So now in payment channel networks, they use a term called as a micropayment, and micropayments they use
Harshal,
balance.
please conclude in 2 minutes.
Fine, sir. So okay, so fine. So okay, so these approaches ultimately, like some of these approaches have used machine learning and deep learning methods to predict some important attributes of a transaction, which might lead to faster confirmation. And some of these use a stronger and rigorous mathematical analysis. Like some use a model called as Kramer-Lundberg model, and that time to ruin parameter of that model has accurately predicted the confirmation time that is required for a Bitcoin transaction to get accepted. So this was all about the paper that we saw. So we now since this cryptocurrency transaction data can be thought of as a time series data because it changes at every instance of time, and previous work has also been done with respect to cryptocurrency transaction data, like predicting the average stock price and average Bitcoin's price in the past month using the past month or the past year's data. So variants of recurrent neural networks, which specifically use these gates called as forget input and output gates. So using these with respect to this cryptocurrency transaction data, we can think of implementing the existing works for a better performance, because the cryptocurrency transaction data is a structured data, and it pays way more. It has paved the way for more research using these methods, like I said, using recurrent neural networks. So yeah.
Thank you, Arsan.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, we will take questions later on. We'll send to you from the audience side. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Now I call last presenter of this session, Mr. Souvik Dhiman and Rajat Monaji. Please come over. Sir, 6 से पहले before 6 we have to finish. Okay.
Hello everyone. This is our paper, PKI for long-term validation enabled digital academic testimonials, a case study. I am Sovik Pan. So this is the degree, digital degree, which is signed digitally. You can see the 3 signatures at the bottom: registrar, chairman, and chairman board of governors. They just digitally signed using USB tokens and public key cryptography. So why PDF? Because PDF maintains the structure across platforms. You can open in any OS like Linux, open in Windows, any of the platforms, but it remains the structure. Structure isn't altered. And also it is lightweight, so exchanging is very easy. And it also provides authenticity through digital signatures and also integrity. And confidentiality is provided through partial encryption. The PDF is not totally encrypted. If there is an encrypted PDF, the structure is still maintained. So the encryption is done only on the strings and the streams, the main part that contains the contents of the PDF, the thing that you open and you see. This is the structure of the PDF. When you open a notepad, you can see it in like this. So let's go into detail. This is the header, the first part. It consists of 2 lines. If the first line is the version of the PDF, and the second line is consists of the 4 arbitrary codes, which says that it consists of binary characters. The PDF preprocessor needs to parse everything as a binary digits. Next is the body. This contains every object. All the things that we see in the PDF is an object. So like you can see object 60 obj, it's the type is font. So the font is embedded here. You can create your own font and embed in that PDF. Also, you can see the object 20. It is of type pages. Like every pages has a head, which refers to the page. And the object 10 is catalog, is the root of the PDF. Everything is connected to the root. Third part of the PDF is XREF table. Every object has to be embedded here. Like the first 10 digits that you see in this first 10 digits are the byte offset from the beginning of the file. The second 5 digits are the generation number. These are all zeros because they haven't been changed. If you change an object, this will be incremented by 1. And N means it's in use. If it's F, then it's not in use and it will not reflect in the PDF. The last part is the trailer. Although it's the last part, the PDF processor goes to this at the very beginning because it contains the beginning of the XREF table from the byte offset of the XREF table from the beginning of the PDF, that is 888. The root, which is the catalog, which I said 10R, reference to the root, the ID of the every PDF, and information to this, the metadata. So now this is the public infrastructure. I think you have heard enough of this, so let's keep it. This is the details of an X509 certificate as shown by certificate viewer. If you click on a signature on PDF in Adobe Acrobat, you can see a window will pop up like this. This is the end entity certificate. You can see the validity from to and all the uses, digital signature, non-repudiation, email protection. And in the left side, you can see the intermediate CA and the root CA, which is CCA India 2014. Next is the digital signatures in PDF, how signatures are embedded. So when a signature is done on a PDF, there is a separate dictionary. Signature object is created, which contains a dictionary, and there is a specific byte range in which the signature is done. Like the whole of the PDF is not taken in consideration when the hash is computed. Only the parts, like only the from first to the signature dictionary, and the rest of the signature dictionary is taken except the contents part, which contains the signature actually. the hash is computed and the signature and the private key signature is done using private key, and it is embedded in the contents part. The subfilter contains the algorithm, hash algorithm, which is used to compute the hash, and the signing algorithm, which is used to sign. We'll see it later. Here. These are the algorithms that are used in the subfilter part of the signature dictionary. These two are deprecated as of now because in the latest version of the PDF 2.0, these two are not in use. So these are advised to use Adobe PKCS 7 detached and ETSI CADES detached. These are used. They use SHA-256, SHA-384, and 512 as the hash algorithms, and RSA are used as the signature algorithms. These also support elliptic curve cryptography. The latest ISO standard has adopted the PADES version, which is a set of rules and signature, process of and properties of signing in PDFs. So signatures in PDFs are basically done in serial wise. So the first signature is called certification signature. It can provide you the access, like you have seen that you can add annotations, comments after in a PDF. So if the first one to sign the signature sign the PDF can restrict you to add a signature, like if or add a comment. Like if you add a comment after he has signed, it will show that there is some error in the signature. So it is called certifying signature, and the rest of the signatures that are done after that are called approval signatures. These signatures take the bytes of all the other signatures that have been done before that as the contents of the PDF itself. Like they don't treat them as signature, they treat as the content of the PDF. So they treat them similar to PDF contents and take the hash of them and sign them. Okay. Okay. So this is the long-term validation. Long-term validation is the information that is required to validate the signature after that is signed or long after it is signed, and when the certificate is basically expired. If the certificate is expired and long-term validation is not enabled, then the signature after the certificate has been expired will show that it's invalid. So to preserve the integrity of the document that and say that the certificate was authentic and valid at the time of signing, so it was we embed long-term validation contents. The document security store and validation related information are the document and the information that we embed in it. So these are embedded CRL, certificate revocation lists, and online certificates protocol response for each signature is been embedded in the validation VRI dictionary. This is the GUI of our software that we use for batch signing, the signing of our degrees and academic testimonial, other academic testimonials. So you can see that this is the sign button. These are the directory for the source and destination path. We use these type of USB tokens to sign the PDFs. These contain multiple certificates along with the private key, public key, and we use formats like p.p12 so that it contain the private keys. When you insert the USB token, the software automatically detects all the certificates that are inside it. So you can select the certificates, select the appropriate certificate that you want to sign it, and after selection, it will check for its validity. If it's valid, only then the signing will initiate. And you have to insert the token pin here. You can see you can insert that. You have to insert a token pin and you have to sign it. Now, after you click on add LTV, the add LTV information will be embedded in the process in the PDF. So, so there are some features like we use this for multiple PDF signings at once because we have to provide multiple degrees and multiple academic testimonials at once. So what we do is we check for the signer's profile at once at the beginning, and we think that all the other PDFs have the same status. Like all the other PDFs have been signed twice by the same two people. So we embed the same signature profile all throughout. This is known as batch signing. Similarly, the LTV information is also taken from the internet only once, and we embed it, all the PDFs at once. This is Paul. Any questions?
Now tell me from my side question. Actually, what is the difference between Adobe native signing and your explicit signing? Both are different. Adobe also provides the native signing inside document. You go and make a template, and there you can sign.
Yeah, they're basically same.
These are basically same.
Same. Yeah. And
Then how are your next question is how you are extending the period of long-term validations?
because we embed the all the information like certificate revocation lists, OSCP responses in the document itself. So when you open the document, the verification is done.
After expiry of the certificate, suppose you open the document.
Yeah. So
some your time stamping will be there.
Yeah. Timestamping is there. The
you are
timestamping itself
eliminating-
is signed by the timestamping authority.
Okay.
That is done in the DSS.
All right. That is good. If time stamping not there, then client's time will be embedded.
Yeah. If timestamp is not the client stamp will be embedded. But when you connect to the internet, it will automatically update with the
After a long period of time, then the signature is not valid, invalid, the message will come out.
Yeah, it will come. It will come.
It will validate.
It will
For long term.
because at the time of the signing, the certificate was valid.
Okay.
So
And that's okay. But after the expiry of the certificate, how it validates the.
it has the certificate revocation list at that time when
Then you are taking.
yeah, we will check through that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Just a minute.
Thank you all. I invite Dr. Balaji Rajendran to honor the session chair, Mr. Shamsuddin Khan. An announcement. I request the paper presenters to meet Ms. Geetanjali at the reception desk for the kit. Okay. With this, we conclude today's session.
Hello. So today's session has ended, but tomorrow we will be back with two keynote speaker, two invited speaker, few paper presentations, and one panel discussion on post-quantum cryptography. So see you tomorrow. And one more thing, the registration kit, the conference registration kit will be given tomorrow afternoon. So tomorrow's session starts at 10 o'clock. So be present before that so that we can start in time. Thank you. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.